Chapter 972. A day after Lu Ping left, Xianling sect's Dao Yin Laozu led a group of Xianling sect cultivators all the way to the overturned Seas sect's reef. Looking at the mess on the ground, Dao Yin Laozu was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He spat out one word: search. Half a day ago, Xianling sect suddenly received news from the overturned Seas sect, saying that a secret teleport is set up in the southern part of the North Sea that connected to the East Sea had been destroyed. The disciples stationed there were all dead. Xianling sect immediately took action, preparing to send Lin Shiqing Laozu to lead his disciples to investigate. However, before Lin Shiqing could leave, news from the East Sea Crystal Palace arrived. This time, the news even alerted Dao Sheng Laozu that the early Dharma adept from the Crystal Palace, Kuan-Yu Laozu, had his soul lamp extinguished on his way back to the East Sea. He was dead. Dao Sheng Laozu made a quick decision and sent the mid-Dharma adept, Dao Yin Laozu, along with Lin Shiqing Laozu, to the overturned Seas sect's secret teleporter at the reef. After a while, Lin Shiqing Laozu came to Laozu's side and said, "Uncle, from what we know so far, the bodies of the overturned Seas sect disciples stationed here should have been disposed of. It seems that the killer is very experienced, and he left very calmly. There are very few signs of a fight. It is obvious that the time from start to finish was very short. This proves that the killer is far more powerful than the overturned Seas sect disciples stationed here. The teleporter has been destroyed, which means that the killer most likely came from the East Sea. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the North Sea faction is targeting the overturned Seas sect." Dao Xian Laozu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Friend Kuan-Yu is a Dharma adept after all. The time taken for this to end is extremely short, which means that friend Kuan-Yu did not perish here. Instead, after being teleported to the East Sea, he was intercepted and killed on the other side. Furthermore, the person who intercepted and killed him could not have chased him from the North Sea. Instead, he came from the other side of the East Sea and used the teleportation matrix to reach the North Sea. After destroying the teleportation matrix here, the killer came from the East Sea, but is now in the North Sea?" Lin Shiqing Laozu muttered, "I can only say that the possibility is slightly higher. As for the specifics, it still depends on the situation of the overturned Seas sect's secret teleportation circle in the East Sea." Dao Xian Laozu nodded and said, "Let's protect the scene and wait here. I believe the cultivators from the Crystal Palace and the overturned Seas gang will be here soon. Let's hope that Kuan-Yu Laozu died on the East Sea side." After another half a day, a few streaks of light descended from the sky. A few cultivators from the Crystal Palace and the overturned Seas gang arrived together. The person in the lead was the third-generation cultivator from the Crystal Palace, who had gone to the Liao family island with Feng Shudao. Senior Dao Xian, the third-generation cultivator from the Crystal Palace, cupped his hands slightly at Dao Xian Laozu. As for Lin Shiqing Laozu, he only nodded. Dao Xian Laozu and Lin Shiqing seemed to be used to the arrogance of the people in front of them. Their faces were calm and composed. "Nephew Cheng Shizhuang, you came so quickly. We had only just checked the overturned Seas gang's secret teleportation matrix." Cheng Shizhuang's expression changed and he said unhappily, "Has the scene been cleaned up?" Dao Xian Laozu didn't say anything else. It was Lin Shiqing who answered. He said, "We just checked. Nothing else was touched. Everything is waiting for you to come and take over." Only then did Cheng Shizhuang reluctantly nod his head. He then waved his hand at the tens of disciples from the overturned Seas sect and Water Crystal Palace behind him. These disciples then began to enter the cave where the teleportation array was located, looking around. Cheng Shizhuang then followed them. Lin Shiqing smiled bitterly at Dao Xian Laozu, while Dao Xian Laozu snorted coldly. After a while, Cheng Shizhuang walked out of the cave with a gloomy face and said, "It seems that the murderer has really escaped to the North Sea. However, these people are too cunning and left too few traces. We can't find them in a short period of time." Lin Shiqing and Dao Xian Laozu looked at each other. Lin Shiqing then said seriously, "Oh, did your sect find anything at the teleportation matrix on the East Sea side?" Cheng Shizhuang nodded and said, "There was an intense battle there. It was much more intense than here. There are many traces of battle left on the surrounding rocks and grass. From the traces, there were at least 3 Dharma adepts fighting there. I think Uncle Kuan Yu died there. Lin Xuqing and Dao Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "So the murderer should be 2 Dharma adepts?" Cheng Shizhuang nodded and said, "At least 2. Although Uncle Kuan Yu's level of practice is not considered high among the early Dharma adepts, he is at least an adept who has mastered a special ability. It would not be easy for an ordinary early Dharma adept to kill him." Lin Suqing and Dao Yan's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. For some reason they thought of Lu Ping. Lu Ping was someone who could even defeat a mid-Dharma cultivator like Zhang Shi. He was someone who could even form a natal supreme mystic art. It would not be difficult for him to kill ancestral patriarch Kuan Yu. If they were to fall into this trap, Lin Xuqing chuckled and said, "You're right, nephew Cheng." However, speaking of the power of this early Dharma adept, I'm sure nephew Cheng has already heard about the battle between Lu Tianping of the Zhenling sect and Zhang Shi of the Songhai sect. Cheng Shizhuang glanced at Lin Xuqing and seemed to see through his thoughts. He immediately denied, "It can't be him. Recently, I have been dealing with the Central Plains Lu family adepts on Liao Island. When I heard the news, the first person I thought of was Lu Tianping. However, the news from Zhenling was very clear. Lu Tianping was also injured in the battle with Zhang Shi. Recently, it seems that he has been confined by the Laozu of Zhenling and has been hiding in his cave abode on Tianling Mountain to train. This morning, there were even Zhenling adepts who saw him in his cave abode on Tianling Mountain, inhaling and exhaling qi while facing the sun. So if Uncle Lin has any guesses, it is better to be more reliable." Lin Xuqing laughed awkwardly and said, "Disciple Cheng, you are right. Speaking of which, it is a pity this time. Originally, I had arranged for Brother Kuan Yu to use the teleporter of our sect to return to the East Sea, but he insisted on using the teleporter of the Overturned Seas faction." Sigh. Cheng Shizhuang laughed coldly in his heart, but he said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with your Xianling sect. This time, other than being on a diplomatic mission to your sect, Uncle Kuan Yu originally wanted to return to the East Sea to prepare to take over the Overturned Seas faction. Naturally, he would not use the teleporter of the Overturned Seas faction." Lin Xuqing sighed and said, "I see. But what does Disciple Cheng plan to do next?" Cheng Shizhuang said coldly, "I will continue to deal with the Liao family. Previously, I was tricked by Lu Runjian, who used a cultivation enhancement pill to disguise himself as a mid-Dharma adept. Later, when I went to deal with the Liao family, many unfamiliar helpers appeared. It was obvious that they were from the Lu family of Central Plains. This Liao family island must also have an ultra-long distance teleporter to Central Plains." Lin Xuqing nodded and said, "The Lu family of Central Plains is known as the #1 pill tripod family in the world of practitioners. It is normal that they have these strange pills. However, although the Lu family had many helpers, I heard that they were still suppressed by Disciple Cheng. It is really admirable." Cheng Shizhuang's face reddened. It was not that he had suppressed the Liao family single-handedly, but that every time he fought, 3 Dharma adepts from the Liao family would attack him at the same time. One time, he finally went all out and killed a few core forging adepts from the Liao family, breaking the rules of the North Sea practitioners. However, due to his status as a direct disciple of the Crystal Palace, the sects of the North Sea did not say anything about it. This caused the Liao family practitioners to hide in the island and not dare to go out. Cheng Shizhuang adjusted his expression and continued, "News has come from the palace. Senior apprentice brother Wu will arrive at the North Sea soon, accompanied by junior apprentice brother Ma and junior apprentice brother Zhang. They are also direct disciples, but senior apprentice brother Wu's strength is far above mine. Even that Lu Tianping might not be his match. Those who dared to kill cultivators of my Crystal Palace will definitely be exterminated." Cheng Shizhuang paused and retracted his murderous aura. He turned to Lin Xuqing and said, "After all, the Xianling sect has many people in the North Sea. You can check if there are any unfamiliar Dharma adepts appearing in the North Sea recently. If there is any news, inform me immediately. When senior brother Wu arrives, you can also inform him." These unfamiliar Dharma adepts are very likely to be the murderers who killed Kuan-yu. Lin Xuqing seemed to have a good understanding of the practitioners in the Crystal Palace. When he heard Cheng Shizhuang's words, he was shocked and said, "The senior brother Wu that martial nephew Cheng mentioned is Wu Shihuan, who is ranked third among the third generation of direct disciples in your sect. I've heard from martial nephew Ouyang that martial nephew Wu's strength can be said to be invincible among practitioners of the same level. He once killed an Emerald Sea Spirit snake that had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage in a one-on-one battle. Even Lu Tianping can't compare to such strength." Dao Yan and Lao Zu seemed to have heard of this name as well. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Cheng Shizhuang sneered and said, "Lu Tianping can only be considered as a top figure in a barren place like the Northern Sea. The cultivation world is so vast, and there are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How can he be compared to senior brother Wu?" Cheng Shizhuang's words made Dao Yan and Lin Xuqing's faces turn ugly. They were both native practitioners of the North Sea. Although Cheng Shizhuang was talking about Lu Ping, his words were not without looking down on the North Sea's practitioners. Lu Ping sneaked all the way back to Tianling Mountain. When he arrived at his cave abode, he was suddenly startled. He saw Hu Lili standing at the entrance of the cave abode anxiously, as if she was waiting for him to return. After seeing Lu Ping, Hu Lili's face lit up. She then pointed towards the cave abode. Seeing that Lu Ping was confused, she went forward and whispered in Lu Ping's ear, "Sect leader Martial Uncle is here." At this time, Lu Ping had also sensed Lu Tianling and Lao Zu's aura in the cave abode. He looked at Hu Lili with a questioning gaze. Hu Lili nodded and said, "I dare not lie in front of Martial Uncle." Lu Ping patted the back of her hand, indicating that it was okay. Then he walked into the cave abode first. After entering the cave abode, Lu Ping saw his teacher sitting at the head of the table, staring at him. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel guilty. Has Xianchu safely left the North Sea? Chapter 973. Did Xianchu leave the North Sea safely? Lu Tianling Laozu asked when he saw Lu Ping come in. Lu Ping didn't dare to hide anything. Yes, junior brother Xian was with him. As expected, Lu Tianling Laozu looked as if he expected it. To be able to deceive the spies of the various sects, it must be Xuan's doing. The puppet technique can pass off the fake as the real one, and even imitate the aura of a real person for a short period of time. This is already the technique of a puppet master. Lu Ping smiled apologetically. Teacher is indeed wise. Nothing can be hidden from teacher. Lu Tianling Laozu glanced at him. I heard that you once taught Xian a puppet technique, and asked him to help you refine an external avatar. Is that true? Lu Ping said. Yes, junior brother Ji has already roughly understood this technique, but it's extremely difficult to refine an external avatar technique. Just the spiritual material required to refine it requires a 3,000-year-old spirit tree. That's the lowest requirement. The external avatar refined is just some flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Although they have many uses, they are limited in terms of increasing a cultivator's strength. If you want an external avatar to be of use to a cultivator's own strength, you need at least a 5,000-year-old spirit tree trunk. In addition, Lu Ping briefly explained the requirements for refining an external avatar. Faced with so many restrictions, Lu Tianling Laozu really looked disappointed. I originally thought that with Xian's mastery of the external avatar technique, our sect's strength might have a chance to greatly increase. Now it seems that was wishful thinking. Lu Ping said, Teacher, you can also collect spirit trees that are more than 3,000 years old first. If you can find one, ask junior martial brother Ji to craft one. Although 7 years is a long time, it's not impossible. Lu Tianling said, That's the only way. It's just that 3,000-year-old spirit trees are not like 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. It's not that easy to find. The master and disciple talked about the recent happenings in the North Sea. After a while, Lu Ping hesitated and said, This time, when I sent junior martial brother Xian Chu back to the East Sea, I caused another disaster. Lu Tianling was shocked. This disciple of hers had made great contributions to the sect, but his ability to cause trouble had also increased. Every time he caused trouble, It was enough to give the whole sect a headache. Lu Tianling had racked her brains for this. Otherwise, when she sensed something was wrong in celestial phenomenon Laozu's cave, she wouldn't have immediately come to Hearing Wave Mansion to find Lu Ping. Sure enough, she was a step too late. Lu Ping had already been asked out by Xian Chu. Lu Ping recounted the process of killing Kuan Yu Laozu to his teacher. Lu Tianling frowned from time to time as she listened. In the end, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Back then, your martial uncle Jiang and I wanted to see the world in chaos, until we killed Xianling Sec's Fa Xiang Laozu and provoked Xianling Sec's revenge. In the end, it caused martial uncle Tiankong's regret. Who knew that compared to you, your martial uncle Jiang and I were already good children? Lu Ping said, I made some disguises. Maybe I can mislead Xianling sect and Crystal Palace's cultivators. Lu Tianling sighed and said, let's hope so. Fortunately, Crystal Palace is not having a good time in East Sea. I'm afraid they can't spare too much power to go to North Sea. I hope this is an opportunity. Lu Ping's heart moved. He said, is East Sea's Mara's calamity rampant? Lu Tianling nodded. Yes, Crystal Palace's business is too big. They are expanding all over East Sea, so the impact of Mara's calamity is naturally more severe. Also, Crystal Palace's relationship with Green Sea Snake, Fire Phoenix, and other demon races has always been tense. They are also not on good terms with Northern Alliance, Carefree Sect, and the other 5 major sections. In addition, Crystal Palace wants to intervene in South Sea, North Sea, and Middle Earth, so it is inevitable that they have too many enemies. Lu Ping said, I heard that many forces have entered North Sea recently. Our sect has also been in contact with forces from East Sea and Middle Earth? Lu Tianling said, indeed, Northern Alliance, Carefree Sect, Heavenly Moon Sect, and Heavenly Xian Sect that you brought back from Middle Earth. Our sect has been in contact with them to varying degrees. At first, our sect was still hesitating, but now it seems that our plan will have to be carried out ahead of schedule. Lu Ping knew that this was because the sect felt pressure after he killed Kuan Yu Laozu. They hoped to be able to contact these external forces, especially forces like Northern Alliance, Carefree Sect, and Heavenly Moon Sect, which had a feud with Crystal Palace for a long time. Before Lu Tianling and Laozu left, they reminded Lu Ping, recently, North Sea has not been peaceful. Many external forces have been in contact with the various forces in North Sea. Don't go anywhere during this period. I've already spread the news that although you won the battle with Zhangxi this time, you also suffered some injuries. You need to focus on your training for a while. After sending off their teacher, Lu Ping returned to his cave abode. Hu Lili said worriedly, this time, you killed the Dharma adept of the Crystal Palace. Can you really avoid their detection? Lu Ping comforted her. Don't worry. As long as they don't have enough evidence, the Crystal Palace will not easily start a war in North Sea. Seeing Hu Lili heave a sigh of relief, Lu Ping smiled and said, I happen to be free during this period. I've also handed Huangli Island to Wang Qi to take care of, so I can accompany you in peace for a while. As he said that, Lu Ping's hand reached for Hu Lili's waist. Unexpectedly, Hu Lili giggled and escaped. She said, you may be free, but I'm not. Teacher has been rushing me for a few days. I have to rush back to the back of the mountain. The repair of the array on the treasure ship has reached a critical moment. The other disciples can no longer help. Only me, teacher, and a few other experienced array masters can repair it together. Seeing Hu Lili disappear outside the cave abode, Lu Ping felt a little lost. Then he laughed to himself. Only then did he remember that he had touched Kuan Yu Laozu's storage artifact, but had not checked it. Thus, he suddenly became interested and closed the cave abode to enter a state of seclusion. After Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma stage, due to the influence of the spirit veins of Failing Mountain, the pure Yang Dharma power, and the pure Yang Pearl, his cultivation level had been rising and stabilizing. During this period, he did not use the dozens of top-grade spirit stones that he had accumulated on his cultivation. However, this did not mean that Lu Ping did not need the top-grade spirit stones. On the contrary, after the growth of his cultivation level, Lu Ping had a more direct understanding of the spirit qi that his cultivation level needed to grow. He could clearly feel that the foundation that he had laid down was too strong. His body was like a huge container. Although he could store a lot of water in it, the water level rose very slowly. Once he left the support of the 7 large spirit veins of Failing Mountain and other large amounts of training resources, Lu Ping's cultivation level would fall into an extremely slow state. As such, the top-grade spirit stones, which were the most important training resources for Dharma adepts, became extremely important. Therefore, after Lu Ping opened the storage artifact that Kuan Yu Laozu had left behind, the first thing he did was to collect the top-grade spirit stones inside. 23 top-grade spirit stones were a type of daily necessities for Dharma adepts. For an early Dharma adept to have 23 top-grade spirit stones was already beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Even Tianqin Laozu, who had been stationed in Central Plains for decades, had only received 50 top-grade spirit stones as a subsidy from the sect before she left. It was likely that she had already used up all of them by now. Lu Ping had just advanced to the Dharma stage and knew that Jinling's subsidy for early Dharma adepts was only 5 top-grade spirit stones a year. This was only possible after the discovery of the spirit stone mine on Frost Island and Jinling's expansion across the North Sea over the years. This was why they had reached such a high standard. As for the early Dharma adepts of Jinling, Laozu's subsidy for early Dharma adepts was only 3 or 4 top-grade spirit stones a year, which was about the same as Xianling sect's subsidy. Of course, just like how Lu Ping had obtained top-grade spirit stones through various means, the Dharma adepts naturally could not rely solely on the spirit stones from the sect for their training. Everyone had their own channels. The reason why Lu Ping had insisted on operating Huangli Island independently was actually because of this. At the very least, De Bao had made a name for himself in the underground auctions that were held irregularly on Huangli Island. Sometimes he would even get 1 or 2 top-grade spirit stones for Lu Ping. It had to be said that the Dharma adepts of the Crystal Palace were indeed wealthy. Apart from the top-grade spirit stones, there were also a lot of miscellaneous items. Even though Lu Ping's standards were already very high, he still managed to find a few items that caught his eye. It was a pity that Kuan Yu Laozu's natal crystal pagoda was a treasure that had condensed 9 treasures. Many Crystal Palace adepts like to use pagodas as their natal Dharma treasures. Kuan Yu Laozu's pagoda already had 7 floors. Among the natal Dharma treasures of the Crystal Palace adepts, it was already considered top grade. However, the natal Dharma treasures of the Crystal Palace were usually linked to the life of the adepts. Often, when the adepts died, they would also shatter along with the adepts, just like the blood shuras accompanying spiritual treasure. These 2 extraordinary items made Lu Ping's eyes light up. Although the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash was now considered a spirit-nurturing treasure, that was because of the pure yang qi emitted by the pure yang pearl. As high-quality extraordinary items were becoming increasingly difficult to find, the Thunder 7 Treasures calabash could be said to be at its weakest state among spirit-nurturing treasures. He summoned the Thunder Calabash and swallowed the 2 extraordinary items. Then, Lu Ping began to ponder over a jade slip. There was a treasure restriction recorded in it. It should be related to the tower-shaped Dharma treasures of the Crystal Palace. Although the tower-shaped Dharma treasures of the Crystal Palace all had different uses, Kuan Yu Laozu's Crystal Pagoda was inclined towards suppression and confinement. It was quite compatible with landslide. When the time came, Lu Ping would let Chen Lian see if he could condense the 8th treasure restriction on landslide. Actually, these were just minor details. What really excited Lu Ping was the box in front of him. There were 7 stars carved on the box, and their positions were exactly the same as the 7-star throne palace in the 7-star grotto heaven. As someone who had entered the 7-star grotto heaven before, Lu Ping naturally knew that the item inside the box was from the 7-star throne palace. Carefully dispelling the spirit sealing talisman on the box, Lu Ping slowly opened the box. A green seed that looked like a crystal-clear emerald appeared in front of him. Lu Ping picked up a jade slip beside the seed and examined it. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with excitement. Sampling the seed of the 5 elements leaf. Chapter 974. Looking at the seed before him, Lu Ping's earlier excitement had dissipated quite a bit. Instead, he began to calm down and ponder about something. After a while, Lu Ping seemed to have made up his mind. He removed the house of gold from his neck and tossed it to the ground. The house of gold grew to a height of 1 zhang, and a door opened wide. Lu Ping then walked into the house. At present, the scene inside the house of gold was no longer the same as before. The area within a radius of several li was filled with dense spiritual energy. Even the top of the small peak was lush and lush. The entire house of gold was filled with exotic flowers and grasses. Some rare and extinct spiritual grasses could be seen everywhere in the world of cultivation. Most of them were seeds that Lu Ping had obtained from the Longhui ancestor in the secret zone of the fallen planet. However, although Lu Ping had managed the house of gold to be as good as the sect's spiritual herb garden, most of the exotic flowers and grasses had yet to mature. Although rare spiritual grasses could be seen everywhere, the ones that were planted in the house of gold were the spiritual grasses that were commonly used in alchemy. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the area, the growing soil powder, and other precious materials that could aid in the growth of the spiritual grasses were scattered by Lu Ping. There was also a secret technique that could accelerate the growth of the spiritual grasses. At the very least, the 500-year-old spiritual grasses in Lu Ping's spiritual herb garden had begun to mature. However, Lu Ping's spiritual herb garden was naturally not interested in the 500-year-old spiritual grasses. What he cared more about were the spiritual grasses that were over 1,000 years old. After De Bao sold the 500-year-old spiritual grasses that had matured to Pill Pavilion at a low price, Lu Ping began to plant the spiritual grasses that were over 1,000 years old in the places where the spiritual grasses originally grew. At the foot of Little Lonely Peak, a golden nut tree that was originally only a few feet tall had now grown over 10 feet tall, and the 36 golden nuts on it had already begun to mature. Halfway up the Lonely Peak, there was a peach tree of 30 meters in size, which was the main body of the spirit demon Lu Ping. Now, after Lu Ping used up most of the 18 mature spirit demon peaches, the remaining few had begun to bear fruit again. Lu Ping could already see a few green fruits hidden in the leaves, but he didn't know if the peach tree could bear more fruits after Lu Ping successfully transformed into a spirit demon, and whether the fruit maturation time would be shortened. On top of the small isolated peak, there was a pond about 10 feet in size, half filled with blue sunflower water essence. There were a few lotus leaves floating on top of it, and 3 flower buds had already risen from the surface of the water. It was unknown how long it would take for them to bloom. Lu Ping stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. Several thousand-year-old top-grade tea trees were rooted on a cliff halfway up the mountain, and not far below the cliff were 12 frightening spirit trees that wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves when the wind blew. Further away, he saw a sea of flowers formed by spiritual grasses, and from time to time, he could see purple crystal clouds hovering in the sea of flowers. Ever since Lu Ping condensed the Dharma form of the dragon on Fei Ling Island, causing a large number of purple crystal bees to suffer losses, only Zilan and hundreds of blood condensation stage purple crystal bees formed a Dao soldier formation to withstand the attacks. Fortunately, Wang Qi brought Zilan back to the 7-star grotto heaven. With the help of Zilan, the 3rd-level purple crystal bee king, the 5 bee swarms hidden in the sea of flowers, a total of 15,000 purple crystal bees, surrendered before the heavenly moon sect's cultivators arrived. Zilan's bee swarm was quickly replenished, but because each of the 4 or 5 bee swarms had a queen bee, Lu Ping deliberately asked Zilan not to integrate the entire bee swarm into one. That would inevitably lead to the death of the 4 or 5 bee swarm's queen bees. In the end, there was a total of 3,000 bee swarms, including 300 purple crystal bees, that had reached the blood condensation stage. This was already an extremely tyrannical force. Even when Zilan's bee swarm was at its strongest, it did not have a scale of 300 blood condensation purple crystal bees. As for the remaining 12,000 purple crystal bees that attacked the 4 bee swarms, Lu Ping handed them over to the sect master. However, this made Fornax Laozu ecstatic. Fornax Laozu controlled all of Jinling's spirit herb gardens, and he had long coveted the purple crystal bees in Lu Ping's hands. Unfortunately, Lu Ping held the treasure in his hands tightly. At most, Fornax Laozu could only extort 1 or 2 bottles of royal jelly from him. Now the sect suddenly had its own bee swarm. Although the 4 queen bees were extremely weak, and the quality of the bee swarm was not very good, obviously leftovers from Lu Tianping, this at least meant that Jinling already had its own purple crystal bee inheritance. As long as they were carefully tended to, the quality of the bee swarm would definitely improve again in the future. Lu Ping opened up a 3 feet square spiritual field 10 meters away from the white jade lotus pond. Then, Lu Ping took out 2 small pieces of soil the size of a finger from his pocket. One piece was earthy yellow, and the other was so black that oil could drip out. One piece of growing soil was a high-grade heaven and earth oddity. The other piece of growing soil was a mid-grade heaven rank spirit item. Lu Ping had spent a lot of effort to get these 2 treasures from Tiankong Laozu. Without hesitation, Lu Ping crushed the 2 pieces of soil into powder and scattered them evenly on the ground. When he was done, he even clapped his hands, as if he was afraid that not a speck of dust would fall into the soil. Then, Lu Ping used a complicated spirit prompting technique on the seeds of Samling's 5 elements leaf. This was a high-grade secret spirit prompting technique that Lu Ping had gotten from Fornax Laozu. After burying the seed in the soil, Lu Ping took out a jade bottle from his interspatial mystic instrument. He poured out an emerald green liquid from the bottle, and the fragrance of plants began to spread in the air. Lu Ping clenched his right hand, and an invisible layer of true essence blocked the fragrance from spreading. This was a type of spirit liquid brewed by Linglong herself. It was extremely useful for growing plants and trees. Due to the fact that there was very little of it, Lu Ping usually diluted it with spirit water before using the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain on all the spiritual fields in the Golden House. Pouring an entire bottle of spirit liquid into the seeds like today was a treatment that even the spirit demon peach tree and the white jade lotus had never enjoyed before. After using a restriction to seal the soil that had been soaked by the spirit liquid to prevent the spirit qi from spreading, Lu Ping then placed the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth low-grade spirit items around the seeds, according to the order of the 5 elements. With Lu Ping's divine sense, he could clearly sense that among the 5 spirit items, there seemed to be something seeping into the seeds. Lu Ping was overjoyed. This meant that the seed of Samling's 5 elements leaf had begun to awaken. What Lu Ping feared the most was that this seed would become a useless seed, due to the passage of time. Now it seemed that it was a false alarm. Seeing this, Lu Ping carefully took out a box made from the earth high-grade spirit item, 1000-year forbidden spirit wood. The forbidden spirit wood itself had a special effect. It could seal spirit qi. It was an item that many array masters loved to use when using sealing formations or sealing spells. Normally, the spirit sealing boxes used by cultivators were filled with powder from the forbidden spirit wood. It was extremely rare to see a box like Lu Ping's that was made from a piece of forbidden spirit wood. If anyone saw it, they would definitely cry out in anger. Hu Lily had a wooden tablet made from this spirit wood. It was a tool that Lu Ping had made for her. At that time, it was the envy of many Jinling array masters. Even Daoist Xianchen had taken it from Hu Lily and played with it for a few days. Since this spirit sealing box was so important, the item inside was naturally not a small matter. After opening the spirit sealing box, 3 golden pills of different sizes appeared in front of Lu Ping. With 1 golden pill. Back then, when Lu Ping was in the Yingshan Immortal Courtyard in the Central Plains, he obtained the 3 with Luan golden cores from a secret realm left behind by the Ying Tian sect. These 3 with Luan golden cores were left behind by a core forging realm with Luan. The biggest effect of the wood Luan golden pill was that it could accelerate the growth of certain spirit grasses in a very short period of time. This was also one of the most important reasons why the Wood Luan clan suffered a devastating blow in the cultivation world. Lu Ping directly picked up the middle stage core forging golden pill. He pinched his hand and made a hand sign, wanting to stimulate the golden pill to mature the Samling's 5 elements leaf. However, in the end, Lu Ping did not activate the hand sign. His expression changed for a moment. Then, as if he had made up his mind, Lu Ping put the golden pill back. Instead, he took out the largest late-stage core-forging golden pill. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and resisted the reluctance in his heart. He quickly made 108 hand signs to activate the hand sign. Suddenly, a wave of life force was released from the golden pill and directly injected into the seed of the Samling's 5 elements leaf. Lu Ping could even feel that the originally verdant seed had become even greener. The life force contained within it seemed as if it would flourish at any time. After the hand sign was completed, the golden pill floated above the seed, continuously injecting its life force into it. Meanwhile, Lu Ping set up a restriction around the seed to prevent the purple crystal wasps, or his subordinates, from accidentally entering the seed out of curiosity. Only then did he temporarily leave the House of Gold. 3 days later, when Lu Ping came to look at the seed again, the 5 spirit items placed around the seed had already exhausted their spirituality. The Wood Luan golden pill floating above the seed also seemed to have dimmed slightly. However, the seed had successfully germinated. A 3-inch long seedling had already grown its first leaf. Lu Ping thought to himself that the Wood Luan golden pill really lived up to its name. As long as he plucked this seedling now, he would immediately be able to repair the damaged foundation of an early-stage blood condensation cultivator, allowing him to immediately recover his cultivation. Naturally, Lu Ping would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He simply moved the 5 spirit items away and replaced them with 5 mystic-class mid-grade spirit items. 6 days later, the Samling's 5 elements leaf grew its second leaf. Lu Ping once again replaced it with high-grade mystic-class spirit items. 9 days later, the third leaf grew. This time, Lu Ping directly replaced it with low-grade earth-class spirit items. After waiting for 30 days, the 5 low-grade earth-class spirit items had exhausted their spirituality. The Samling's 5 elements leaf had also grown its fourth leaf. Chapter 975. The avatar that Ji Xianxian had refined for Lu Ping was about a foot long. Although the lines of its face were vaguely similar to Lu Ping's, the entire body was carved into the model of a boy. The baby fat round face and the slightly fleshy body made it look a little cute. After all, it was only a foot-long puppet. Perhaps Ji Xianxian had considered Lu Ping's feelings, so he imitated Lu Ping's appearance when he was a child and made it look like this. However, this avatar was carrying a small wooden sword that was about the length of 5 villages on its back. This made the incomparably cute avatar look even more valiant. This small wooden sword was naturally the weapon that the avatar used. In the future, he would probably need Chunlian's help. But even so, this small wooden sword that was condensed from the heart of the main trunk of the gray willow tree had a material that was not inferior to a spirit-nurturing treasure. During this period of time, Lu Ping had mainly done 2 things. The first was to accelerate the growth of the Samling 5 elements leaf, and the second was naturally to completely refine this avatar according to his heart. In addition, every few days when Hu Lili returned to the cave residence to rest, the 2 of them would cuddle together for a moment. After the 4th leaf of the Samling 5 elements leaf was extracted, it took a full 30 days of effort. This caused Lu Ping to feel slightly uneasy. At this time, he realized that he might have been a little overconfident. Although Lu Ping could afford these 5 low-grade earth-rank spirit items, he could also afford 5 mid-grade spirit items. Even if it was 5 high-grade earth-rank spirit items, Lu Ping could also grit his teeth and obtain them. But where was he going to get 5 low-grade earth-rank spirit items of the 5 elements? What's more, Lu Ping didn't just have such thoughts. In fact, his thoughts were even bigger. At that time, he was just momentarily blinded by excitement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the late-stage core forging wood Phoenix Golden Core. If he only wanted to grow a 1,000-year-old 3 spirits and 5 elements leaf with 7 leaves, it would be fine. After all, he wanted to do it for Tian Chung Grand Ancestor. Lu Ping could ask the sect to help him. But now he was so ambitious that he wanted to grow a 7-leaf 3 spirits and 5 elements leaf for Tian Chung Grand Ancestor, after the 3 spirits and 5 elements leaf had reached the peak stage of the 9-leaf stage. Not to mention the 5 low-grade heaven-grade spirit items, there were still 5 mid-grade and 5 high-grade heaven-grade spirit items. No matter how rich Lu Ping was, even if the plentiful treasure boy became the plentiful treasure immortal, he still wouldn't be able to gather all these items. After collecting his own collection, and barely gathering 5 mid-grade earth-rank spirit items, Lu Ping had already decided whether to postpone the production of the 5 elements leaf Samling 5 elements leaf. At this time, Lu Ping had already produced the late-stage core forging wood Phoenix Golden Core. If he only produced the 7-leaf Samling 5 elements leaf and gave it to Heaven Laozu, not only would the effect of the wood Phoenix Golden Core be wasted, but it might also be the only spirit herb in the world of cultivation. It was too late for Lu Ping to regret it at this time. He could only bite the bullet and take it one step at a time. Fortunately, Heaven Laozu's current lifespan was sufficient, and he could afford to wait for more than 100 years. Otherwise, after 200 years, even if the origin was completely repaired, Heaven Laozu would not have enough time to break through to the middle stage of the Dharma realm. In fact, the reason why Lu Ping wanted to produce the Samling 5 elements leaf to the extreme was not only to keep this spirit herb from going extinct, but more importantly, for the essence of the origin. Back then, Taoist Gui said that although the Samling 5 elements leaf could heal Jiao Doran's injury, he did not say that the Samling 5 elements leaf had no effect on cultivators whose origin was not damaged. From the beginning of the Samling 5 elements leaf growth to the extreme, it included all the grades of the 5 elements spiritual items. There were a total of 35 spiritual items, especially the last 15 spiritual items of the 3rd grade of the heaven stage. Lu Ping did not think that the ultimate function of the spirit herb, which had been grown at such a high price, was only to repair the origin. Would the undamaged origin continue to be strengthened and consolidated after receiving the Samling 5 elements leaf? He could only find out if he tried. After all, in the cultivation world, except for the 7th patriarch who opened up the sky, and the 7 powerful figures of the 7 stars cave heaven who obtained the seed, no one had ever seen the Samling 5 elements leaf. Shaking off these thoughts, Lu Ping focused all his energy on the incarnation in his hand again. It was not so easy to refine this puppet condensed from an 8,000-year-old willow tree. Even though Lu Ping's Jinqi was extremely strong, it still took him a whole month to completely soak the incarnation in his own Jinqi. After that, he placed the piece of soul wood, which had been purified by Lu Ping for a long time with his divine thoughts, in the back of the incarnation's head. As soon as Lu Ping's divine thoughts moved, the incarnation under his feet suddenly opened its eyes. Following the command of Lu Ping's divine thoughts, it began to fly up and down in the cave mansion. Along the way, it giggled and waved the small wooden sword on its back in its hand from time to time. Lu Ping could sense that the incarnation seemed to have a little bit of consciousness. It could do some things by instinct, but it did not have the slightest judgment and wisdom. It was guided by Lu Ping's own divine thoughts accumulated in the soul wood. Even if it walked out of the perception range of Lu Ping's divine thoughts, the incarnation could still move freely. In times of crisis, it could also summon Lu Ping's consciousness through the divine thoughts in the soul wood. Lu Ping was instantly delighted. He wanted to see how strong this incarnation's strongest attack was. So the incarnation leaped up, and the small wooden sword on its back was immediately unsheathed. As the incarnation stretched out its hand, the small wooden sword turned into a ball of cold light, and instantly sank into the stone wall of the cave mansion. Feeling the depth of the small wooden sword in the stone wall, Lu Ping was delighted. The strength of this incarnation was indeed at the same level as his own. The only pity was that it could not use Lu Ping's natural remarkable power. Otherwise, even if it could only use one natural remarkable power, it would be enough for this incarnation to occupy a very advantageous position among the Dharma adepts. But even so, if he encountered a Dharma adept like Lu Xiuheng, who had not even condensed a natural remarkable power, Lu Ping could use this incarnation to compete with him. It would not be surprising if Lu Ping could even defeat him. Lu Ping was delighted. Another capable helper. However, when Lu Ping turned his head to look at the incarnation, whose expression was already more than half dispirited after this attack, and who had even called back the small wooden sword that had pierced into the stone wall, Lu Ping sighed in his heart and said, "Another troublesome fellow." As he said this, he stretched out his finger and touched the forehead of the incarnation. The incarnation's whole body became lively again, and it waved at a small hole in the stone wall. A buzzing sound was heard, and this was the sound of the small wooden sword breaking free from the stone wall's clamps. Then, with a whoosh, the small wooden sword returned to the incarnation's hand. Lu Ping waved at the incarnation, and the incarnation's little hand reached out to touch the back of its head. Then it giggled and hopped towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping took out a top-grade spirit stone, and the incarnation once again beamed with joy. It touched its chest, and a small door opened. It took the top-grade spirit stone from Lu Ping's hand and placed it in the door. A dense qi permeated the body of the incarnation. The incarnation could directly absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stone to restore itself. With this top-grade spirit stone, it should be able to support itself for a long time. However, Lu Ping was still a little worried, so he took out another top-grade spirit stone. The incarnation giggled, opened another door on its belly, and took the spirit stone and placed it in. Seeing this, Lu Ping once again took out the third top-grade spirit stone. Unexpectedly, the incarnation was puzzled, looking all over its body, and finally looked at Lu Ping with innocent eyes. Lu Ping knew that there should only be these two doors around the incarnation, so he found a storage magic tool, turned it into a bell, and hung it under the incarnation's neck. Then, he placed 5 top-grade spirit stones in the bell and said, "From now on, you will be called Lu Xiaoping." Lu Xiaoping suddenly clapped his hands, and the bell under his neck jingled. He ran out to play happily. Lu Ping was planning to take advantage of this time to refine a few batches of pills, but unexpectedly, Lu Tianling Laozu's decree broke through the air. Lu Ping's divine sense penetrated the decree to check the contents. It turned out that the East Sea Fantasy City's auction was imminent, and Lu Tianling Laozu asked Lu Ping if he was willing to lead the team. Due to the influence of the cultivation world's demon Luo's great calamity, the Phantom Spirit City's auction seemed to be even more grand than Lu Ping's auction 100 years ago. It was rumored that the various sects would make a big move in the auction, and many rare and precious treasures would be displayed in the auction. This time, the third generation of cultivators sent by Jinling was larger than the last time, and their cultivation was also higher. Almost half of the cultivators were in the late core forging stage, and their goal was not only to break through to the late core forging stage, but also to obtain a heaven-tier spirit stone. It seemed that in the past 100 years, the sect's foundation had indeed increased a lot, and the sect leader's words were undoubtedly much richer and more imposing. Although Lu Ping had plans to return to the East Sea, now was not the time. Moreover, there was at least more than a year before the auction. The reason why Jinling rushed to the Fantasy City so early, in addition to making sufficient preparations, was also to train the disciples. After all, the situation in the North Sea often narrowed people's horizons, and only by walking out could one truly understand the vastness of the world of cultivation and their own insignificance. Lu Ping thought about it and said a few words to the decree, indicating that he had no plans to go to the East Sea for the time being. After a while, the decree appeared again, but this time, it was to inform Lu Ping that the cultivator leading the team was Tiankong Laozu. After meeting up with Tianlin Laozu on Jingzha Island, the two mid-Dharma Laozu would join forces to participate in the Fantasy City auction. With one look, Lu Ping knew that other than the Fantasy City auction, the sect's main goal was probably to obtain more spirit stone mines in the Fantasy City. With Jinling's current strength, although he could not compete for the position that Fei Ling's sect had in the past, Jinling's current strength was already an extremely powerful existence among the mid-sized forces. At the very least, he had to compete for the shares of mines that Xianling's sect had, and at the same time, he had to prevent Songhai sect from taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 976. Lu Ping thought about it, and finally decided to ask the sect for help. The 5 elements of the high-grade Earth-tier spirit items he had were mostly gathered, but Lu Ping wanted to keep the magnetic absorbing stone for Debao. In Lu Ping's opinion, with Debao's current condition, it was almost impossible for him to condense the magnetic absorbing stone when he advanced to the late stage of core forging. However, if Lu Ping used it, Debao would definitely start to slack off in his cultivation the next day. It was better to give him some pressure, at least to be more diligent in his cultivation. There was also a metal attribute high-grade Earth-tier spirit item, but Lu Ping also wanted to keep it for Lu Xiaohai. This hanging eyes white forehead tiger's aptitude was not a problem, and its cultivation was also considered to be progressing. Originally, Lu Ping wanted it to be on par with Samling, but now it seemed that Lu Xiaohai's aptitude was still inferior to Samling's. It would be somewhat difficult for him to aim for a low-grade heaven-tier spirit like Samling, but Lu Ping still left him a low-grade heaven-tier metal attribute spirit item, the Sky Gold Stone. Although Lu Ping had the spirit forging pellets, he didn't want them to use them during the second spirit item forging. That would only increase their strength, but it wouldn't strengthen their foundations. It wouldn't be of much help to their future cultivation. Just in case, Lu Ping decided to temporarily keep the high-grade Earth-tier spirit item. In this way, he would have to ask the sect for help with the 2 missing spirit items. Lu Ping sealed a water elemental high-grade Earth-grade spirit and a wind elemental high-grade Earth elemental high-grade spirit in an interspatial pouch. Then, he used his voice transmission sword to say something. Only then did he stretch out his hand and opened a hole in the space in front of him. He tossed the 2 items into it, and all that was left was to wait. In addition to these 2 spirit items, Lu Ping was actually missing a high-grade Earth-tier spirit fire. But most spirit fires were suitable for alchemy or forging. Therefore, spirit fires were generally more precious than other spirit items of the same grade. Even though some spiritual fires were not suitable for refining pills, nor were they suitable for forging weapons, the value of these spiritual fires was relatively low. However, these spiritual fires were rare compared to other spiritual fires, so even though their value was lower, they were not often encountered. As far as Lu Ping knew, Yao Yong had successfully advanced to the late stage of core forging by refining such a spirit fire. Lu Ping did not know if he still had such a spirit fire on him, or if there were any clues about it. Lu Ping stayed in the cave for a few days. With the help of his teacher, he had already exchanged a high-grade Earth-tier metal attribute spirit item and an Earth attribute spirit item from the sect. However, Lu Ping had missed Yao Yong. He had already followed Tiankong Laozu to the East China Sea to participate in the Fantasy Spirit Cities auction. Lu Ping originally wanted to refine the white jade lotus, or white jade lotus seed, into an elixir that could strengthen the physical body. However, he could not calm his heart no matter what, so he simply began to count the low-grade heaven-tier spirit items he had on him. There were 2 metal-type sky gold stones, 2 wood-type phase, 1 clear wind bamboo, and the other dreamflower wood. There were also 2 water-type phase, 1 sky true water, and the other Yushio fragrance liquid. There was also the earth-type strange astral earth, and the wind-type whirlwind cotton. There was also a water-type deep-sea essence oil that he had obtained from the dead patriarch Kuan Yu, in addition to the heavenly gold stone and dreamy flower wood, which were left for Lu Xiaohai and Lu Taohua. Even if the rest of the spirit items were used to cultivate the Samling 5 elements leaf, he would be missing a low-grade heaven-tier spirit fire. This made Lu Ping even more frustrated. He already had a lot of spirit items on him, but if he could not even gather all of the high-grade earth-tier and low-grade heaven-tier spirit items, what would he do with the more precious mid-grade and high-grade heaven-tier spirit items? Lu Ping could not help but feel a little depressed. He wanted to give up on his plan to fully cultivate the Samling 5 elements leaf, but when he thought of the late core forging wood phoenix golden elixir, and the one and only seed of the Samling 5 elements leaf, Lu Ping was once again in a state of hesitation and conflict. In the past, Taoist Gui had said that a mature Samling 5 elements leaf could be refined into an elixir that late Dharma adepts could take, but he had also vowed that the elixir refined from this item could heal Jiao Doran's injuries. How could a late Dharma adept compare to Jiao Daoren? How could an elixir that could heal Jiao Doran's injuries be so simple as a late Dharma adept's elixir? Lu Ping's intuition told him that there must be some secret behind this. And when Taoist Gui had preached to the world, there was no need for him to deceive the world's practitioners. There must be something hidden in this that Taoist Gui could not reveal. In the end, Lu Ping sighed and decided to continue cultivating the Samling 5 Elements leaf. If it could not be cultivated to maturity within 150 years, then he might as well use it to heal Tiancheng Laozu's injuries first. As for the rest, he would think about it later. Although the Wood Phoenix Golden Elixir could not be retrieved, temporarily sealing it together with the Samling 5 Elements leaf in a seal could temporarily delay the growth of the Samling 5 Elements leaf. After leaving the cave, Lu Ping had originally planned to go out and relax, but he received news from the palace of Zhonghua that Jinling Tiankong, Tianping Laozu, and their disciples were rushing to the East Sea to participate in the auction in Phantom City. Lu Ping did not say anything and returned to the cave. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the cave, Lu Tianling Laozu's decree arrived again. After reading the contents, Lu Ping could not help but raise his eyebrows. He stretched out his hand and condensed a cloud of water vapor in the air into a stream of clear water and poured it over his head. His whole body suddenly became transparent, and with the help of his identity card, he once again snuck out of Jinling without any hindrance. Nowadays, the cultivation world of the North Sea was already the world of the third-generation disciples. The various sects in the North Sea were competing for various interests. The driving force behind the scenes might be the first and second-generation Laozu of the various sects, but the real battlefield was the third-generation disciples. This was especially true for the three sects, Zhenling, Xianling and Songhai. Most of the third-generation disciples had begun to take charge of their own affairs. For example, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu, one of the two famous couples in Jinling, had now become the island masters of Floating Island, one of the 36 medium-sized islands in Jinling. Although Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were currently only at the 7th stage of core forging, there was still some time before they could break through to the 8th stage. Therefore, they were not among the cultivators who went to the East Sea to participate in the leadership change auction. However, this did not mean that the couple were easy to deal with. At the very least, when the two of them had just advanced to the late stage of core forging, they had joined forces to fight against a 9th stage core forging second-generation cultivator from the Flying Feather sect, and were not at a disadvantage. They were also well-known figures among the third-generation disciples of Jinling. Otherwise, they would not have been able to take charge of an area on Floating Island. Floating Island was located thousands of miles west of Tianling Mountain. It could be said to be the westernmost medium-sized island in Jinling. 3 days ago, the island was very lively because the island master of Floating Island, Ma Yu, had given birth to a baby. It was the 100th day of the birth, and all the 3rd and 4th generation disciples of Jinling, who were on good terms with Ma Yu, had rushed to Floating Island to congratulate him. According to many well-informed people, the people who came to congratulate him on that day could be said to be a gathering of distinguished guests. Not only did Lu Tianling Laozu send a talisman to congratulate him, but other second-generation cultivators also sent their disciples to send congratulatory gifts. 3 of Jinling's twin swords and twin tigers came, and the 3 righteous and 3 strange also included Li Xuanru, Lu Xianyuan and Qin Xuanlian. Among them, Li Xuanru came on behalf of Lu Tianling Laozu. This was an eye-opener for the 3rd and 4th generation disciples of Jinling. The only pity was that the water sword immortal, Lu Tianping Laozu, who was on good terms with Ma Yu, had suffered some injuries during his battle with Zhang Xi, and was currently in seclusion. Thus, he couldn't make the trip. However, his Dao companion, Formation Master Spiritual Master Mysterious Fox, 2 direct disciples of Hearing Wave Mansion, Wang Xuanqi, and Du Xianluo, who had advanced to the core forging stage, came on behalf of their masters to congratulate Ma Yu. Not long after Lu Tianping secretly arrived on Floating Island, Island Master Zhong Jian, who was stationed on Floating Island, gathered all the core forging cultivators on the island. Although the entire island looked the same on the outside, the inside was tense. All the core forging cultivators began to rest and build up their strength. A month later, all the forces of the North Sea gathered on Frost Island and began to discuss the redistribution of the spirit mines on Frost Island. The situation of the entire North Sea immediately changed. Before the battle on Frost Island, Zhenling had already spread rumors about the spirit stone vein on Frost Island. It was said that Zhenling intended to redistribute the spirit stones among the forces of the North Sea. This matter had once spread like wildfire throughout the entire North Sea, but in the end, it was temporarily pushed back because of the battle on Frost Island. However, this time, all the sects of the North Sea suddenly gathered in the North Sea to discuss this matter. However, the truly surprising thing was that the leaders of this gathering of all the forces of the North Sea were not Jinling or Xianling sect. Instead, it was the Blue Sea sect, Linggu sect, Golden Sword sect, Four Seas sect, and the newly rising branch of the Lu family of the Central Plains, and the Liao family of the North Sea that had 1,000 years of history. It was only at this time that all the forces of the North Sea suddenly realized. Previously, because of the Phantom City auction, all the sects of the North Sea had sent their disciples to participate in the North Sea with Dharma Laozu. The other sects followed the usual pattern, and only sent a normal early Dharma adept to lead the group. Only Zhenling and Xianling sects sent a mid-Dharma adept Laozu. In fact, Zhenling sent 2 mid-Dharma adepts, plus Lu Tianping Laozu, whose combat ability was not inferior to any mid-Dharma adept. It was obvious that the two sects would have a fierce battle over the distribution of the Spirit Stone vein after the Phantom City auction. In fact, Zhenling's appetite might be even bigger. And this was undoubtedly the time when the power of Zhenling in the North Sea was at its weakest. The Blue Sea sect had suddenly started the discussion over the distribution of the Spirit Stone vein on Frost Island. Naturally, they wanted to catch these two sects off guard and obtain the greatest benefits. 3 days later, the leader of Zhenling, Laozu Lu Tianling, personally led Tianfan, Tianxue and Tianshan, a total of 4 Dharma adepts to Frost Island. Tianling Mountain was only left with Tianxiang, Tianlu, Tianjiang, and Tianshu Laozu to oversee it. The entire affairs of Zhenling were temporarily handled by Tianshu Laozu. Chapter 977. The only thing Frost Island didn't lack was ice. Even though the buildings of the sects on the island had been almost completely destroyed in the great battle between Frost Island and Devil Luo, it only took a few years for all kinds of beautiful ice sculptures to appear on Frost Island once more. However, no matter how cold the temperature on Frost Island was, it could not extinguish the cold sweat on the foreheads of the core forging adepts who were on duty in the ice palace at the center of the island. Because at this moment, in the middle of the ice palace, there were a total of 32 Dharma adepts from the 9 major sects of the North Sea and 12 small forces gathered in the center of the ice palace. Huge waves of Dharma power came one after another, as if they were competing to crush their opponents from above. The situation this time was obviously very complicated. After the Dharma power Laozu of the Qiao family of the North Sea had fallen, the Qiao family had no successor and could be considered to have declined. The roaming sail sect had a conflict with the overturned seas sect, and their Dharma adept had been injured and had yet to recover. The roaming sail sect's position among the 12 small forces was also in jeopardy. There was also the AI family's Laozu. It was rumored that he had been injured by Mara during the battle on Frost Island. However, because Laozu of the AI family had been injured during the battle against Mara, he was someone who had made great contributions to the North Sea cultivation world and had not died. Even though there were other sects who coveted their share, they could not openly ask for it. Moreover, at this time, Laozu of the AI family had also arrived on Frost Island. He was full of energy, and others could not tell how strong he was. Furthermore, the Gilded Sword sect had 2 Dharma adepts. It was considered quite powerful among the small forces in the North Sea. Today, it was said that the sect had received secret support from a large force in the East Sea. It seemed that one of the second-generation disciples had successfully condensed his Dharma power causing the number of Dharma adepts in the sect to increase to 3. Although they were still 3 early Dharma adepts, this power was not to be underestimated in the North Sea. The powerful Gilded Sword sect was naturally unwilling to share the 30% of the shares left to them by the 9 great sects with the other 11 small sections. They had already made it clear that they wanted to redistribute the shares and raise the status of the Gilded Sword sect in the North Sea. Other than the Gilded Sword sect, there was also a branch of the Lu clan of the Central Plains, the Liao clan of the Northern Sea, a millennium-old alchemy clan. Because their clan leader had successfully advanced to the Dharma stage and had the support of the number 1 Danding clan of the Central Plains, they were also trying to replace the Qiao clan, which had already withdrawn from the 12 small forces, and become the new small force of the Northern Sea. Originally, due to the death of the Crystal Palace's mine seeker, Daoist Kuanen, the Liao family had been harassed and obstructed by Cheng Shizhuang, a direct descendant of the Crystal Palace. However, at this time, there were 2 cultivators from the Lu family in the Liao family island. With the 3 of them joining forces, they were able to entangle with Cheng Shizhuang. This time, Cheng Shizhuang had obviously received the news and stood guard outside the Liao family island to prevent the Liao family from participating in the Frost Island Conference. However, he did not expect to fall into Lu Runjian's trap, and Liao Ruanjia took the opportunity to come to Frost Island. If these 2 sects jumping out to fight for the share of the spirit mine on Frost Island was justifiable, then at this time, the 4 Seas sect also came to interfere. This caused the cultivators of the various sects to secretly think that they were dead or alive. However, they could not help but think, could it be that this guy really had some amazing background behind him? In fact, this guess was not wrong. He really did have someone backing him up, and his status was many times higher than the Lu clan behind the Liao clan. Thus, gang leader Zheng of the 4 Seas gang was able to put his heart at ease. Even in the face of the ridicule from the cultivators of the various sects, he still maintained an unfathomable expression. However, he didn't know that the person he was relying on was currently fighting in the southeastern sea region. Apart from these small forces, among the 9 large and medium-sized sects, the last 4 sects had only sent their early Dharma adepts, whereas the Haiyan sect and the Shuiyan Pavilion had each sent their mid-Dharma adepts. However, this time, the main characters of the Frost Island Conference were obviously not them, but the 3 leading sects, Zhenling, Songhai, and Xianling. This time, the Songhai sect suddenly took the lead in this Frost Island Conference, and they had the courage to cut their losses. Speaking of which, the Songhai sect could be said to have gradually risen in recent years, but too much of its light had been overshadowed by Zhenling. According to the Songhai sect's strength, if they fought with all they had this time, the Phantom City would be re-ranked, and the Songhai sect's share of the Spirit Stone mine would definitely increase. However, the Songhai sect had resolutely given up on the Spirit Stone mine in the East Sea, and put all their energy into fighting for a share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. Compared to the Songhai sect, Zhenling was the most capable of taking care of both sides. Therefore, other than Zhenling sending Tianlin and Tiankong, 2 mid-Dharma adepts, to the East Sea, the fight for the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island was personally led by the sect leader, Lu Tianling. Together with him were Tianfan and Tianxue, 2 mid-Dharma adepts, and Gui Tianshan, a total of 4 Dharma adepts. However, Lu Tianling and Laozu looked at the Songhai sect's formation in front of them, Dong Yi Dong Kuan Donggua, and Zhang Shi for mid-Dharma adepts. Together with Dong Shan and Dong Hu, 2 early Dharma adepts, the Songhai sect had less than 10 Dharma adepts. Now that 6 of them had come, Lu Tianling's expression became extremely ugly. He had heard that the Songhai sect had sent Dong Yun Laozu to the East Sea this time, which meant that the entire Songhai sect only had Dong Ji, Wang Shiqing, and He Xian 3 Dharma adepts. This was the power of the entire sect. Xianling sect's Laozu and Lin Shiqing Laozu also had ugly expressions on their faces. This time, when Xianling sect heard that Zhenling was going to the East Sea, they had immediately sent out 2 mid-Dharma adepts, Dao Yan and Feng Shudao. Although they were missing Lu Tianping compared to Zhenling, At least Xianling sect still had the protection of the Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Even if they could not compete with Jinling, they would not be too bad. But they did not expect the Songhai sect to make trouble at this time. At this time, Xianling sect could not spare too much power to take care of Frost Island. Dao Yan and Lin Xuqing, a mid-Dharma adept and an early Dharma adept, joined forces, but in front of the Songhai sect and Jinling, they seemed extremely small. They had even been classified as the Haiyan sect and the Shuiyan Pavilion. At this time, Dao Yan and Laozu seemed to sense something and turned to look to the side. Coincidentally, Lu Tianling and Laozu also raised their eyes. Their eyes met and seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They both nodded slightly and then looked at Donghua Laozu of the Songhai sect, who was talking confidently in the middle of the field. The Northwest Sea. Ever since Jinling secretly discovered 2 small branch veins and 1 small branch vein, Jinling had been secretly sending practitioners to mine these 3 veins. The small branch vein and the small branch vein in the northeast and southeast, which were closer to this place, had almost been completely mined by Jinling without any regard for the consequences. It would probably take at least 1,000 years for the veins to recover. At this time, Jinling's disciples were already mining the last and furthest branch vein in the southwest of the Northwest Sea. The Jinling disciple who was in charge of mining was spiritual master Xianwei, who had discovered the veins here. Ever since spiritual master Xianwei followed Lu Ping and discovered 3 veins in the Northwest Sea, the scene of fame and flattery that spiritual master Xianwei had expected did not happen. After returning to Jinling, Lu Tianling and Laozu gave him a gag order without saying anything. The whole of Jinling did not know that a mine master had been born in their sect, and spiritual master Xianwei was still being laughed at by his own disciples. Of course, the sect still secretly gave him a lot of compensation, hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, dozens of bottles of pills for cultivation, the improvement of the spiritual energy supply in the cave, and so on. Most importantly, he was in charge of the excavation of the 3 branch veins he discovered. In other words, spiritual master Xianwei was now an independent existence among the 3rd-generation disciples. However, at this time, spiritual master Xianwei did not have a trace of joy. He was constantly paying attention to the mining situation of the last branch vein, and at the same time, his mind was more focused on the talisman in his left hand. Taoist Xianwei didn't know why the sect had to hire disciples from the affiliated forces for the excavation of the last vein, instead of directly recruiting disciples from the Jinling sect's side halls and inner sect disciples, like the previous 2 veins. This way, not only could the vein be kept as secret as possible, but it also wouldn't be like the disciples of the affiliated forces, who often smuggled and hid the ores for themselves. However, when spiritual master Xianwei stopped for a while on Floating Island, he was invited by the 2 island lords of Floating Island as a guest. Originally, spiritual master Xianwei was slightly surprised. Being invited by the couple was a matter of face among the 3rd-generation disciples. However, when he came to the couple's cave and saw Lu Tianping's smiling face, spiritual master Xianwei instinctively felt that something was wrong. But at this time, it was already too late for him to leave. Lu Tianping gave him a talisman, urging him to rush to the branch vein in the southwest as soon as possible and excavate as much of the branch vein as possible, even if he did not care about the consequences. Although enlightened master Xianwei's character wasn't good, he was extremely astute. After Lu Ping stuffed the talisman into his hands, he knew that he seemed to have been swept into the whirlpool of a great matter. At this time, 2 late blood condensation cultivators came over and handed 2 storage bags to spiritual master Xianwei. One of them said, "Senior Xianwei, this is the output of the vein during this period of time." Taoist Xianwei looked at the 2 evasive gazes and sneered in his heart. Both of them were disciples from the affiliated forces of Jinling sect. Although they didn't dare to embezzle the ores blatantly, they had secretly left behind a lot of ores during the excavation of the ore vein. What kind of person was spiritual master Xianwei? He was able to accurately estimate the output of the vein before he became a mineral prospector. How could their little tricks be hidden from him? Two reckless fools. Spiritual Master Xianwei glanced at the two, as if he was looking at dead people. Just when he was about to open his mouth to mock them, he suddenly saw the talisman in his hand began to melt. Spiritual Master Xianwei was shocked, but his expression did not change. He sent the two away politely, then winked at the few Jinling disciples behind him. They quietly left the vein and rushed towards Floating Island. Chapter 978. Less than 10 minutes after Spiritual Master Xianwei left, a strong pressure suddenly descended. The cultivators in the mine ran for their lives in panic, but they were immediately surrounded and killed by the cultivators, who had already sneaked up. A core forging stage cultivator of the Songhai sect came to He Shi and Laozu and reported, "Martial uncle, all the cultivators in the mine have been killed, including the cultivators of Jinling's subsidiary forces, who secretly colluded with our sect." He Shi and Laozu nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's fine to kill these people who betrayed their master. It will save us the trouble of fighting a war of words with Jinling in the future. This time, our sect is working on both sides. We must tear a few pieces of meat from Jinling and Xianling sects. This Jinling is used to eating alone. They instigated the sects in the North Sea to share the benefits of the medium-sized mine, but they quietly took it from this branch mine. How can there be such a reason?" When He Shi and Laozu was satisfied, he found that the cultivator in front of him looked a little uncertain. He snorted coldly and said, "What's the matter? Say it." This cultivator of the Songhai sect seemed to have studied the mine. When he heard this, he could only say, "I just checked the mine. This mine Jinling used destructive excavation. It seems that Jinling is also very anxious. About half of the mine has been dug out by Jinling." "What?" He Shi and Laozu frowned. He immediately guessed that something bad was going to happen. He quickly said, "What about those Jinling cultivators who were killed? Is there a problem?" Sure enough, the cultivator of the Songhai sect said, "I was about to report. It seems that most of the cultivators Jinling used to dig the mine this time are the subsidiary forces of Jinling, and most of them are disciples of the two forces who tipped off our sect. Not good, we've been tricked. Ask the disciples to be on the lookout. Once they discover any Jinling cultivators lying in ambush, inform the old man immediately." Although He Xian thought that this could be a trap set up by Jinling, he immediately remembered that out of the 14 Dharma adepts Jinling, 3 had gone to the East Sea, 4 had gone to Frost Island, and the remaining Tian Chung was guarding Huangli Island. It was said that Tian Qin and Tian Feng had gone to the East Sea, and had not been heard from for many years. There were only Tian Xiang, Tian Lu, Tian Jiang, and Tian Shu on Tianling Mountain. Tian Xiang would definitely not make a move, so no matter who the remaining 3 were, He Xian was not afraid of them. Therefore, even if Jinling still had other hidden traps, He Xian did not order his disciples to retreat. Instead, he ordered them to speed up the excavation of the remaining mines. However, just as He Xian and Laozu finished speaking, they suddenly heard a chuckle in the sky. A calm voice said, "Elder He, you don't have to send anyone to stand guard. I'm the only one from our sect here." He Xian looked at the person who slowly walked out from the clouds in the sky. He could not help but widen his eyes and cry out, "Lu Tianping, how could it be you? Didn't you already go to the East Sea?" Immediately, He Xian knew that he had asked a stupid question. It was obvious that this was Jinling's plan to divert attention. The Azure Sea sect thought that they had calculated everything and wanted to take advantage of Jinling's preoccupation to gain the upper hand in the North Sea. However, they had already fallen into the other party's trap without knowing it. This small vein was originally dug by Jinling in secret, and it was precisely because of this that the Azure Sea sect launched a sneak attack. In any case, as long as they pushed the blame, Jinling could only suffer in silence. Otherwise, once Jinling took revenge with great fanfare, not only would he not receive the support of the various sects in the North Sea, he would also be condemned for eating alone. Don't forget that when the Azure Sea sect and the Xianling sect tried to monopolize the medium-sized mixed mine, it was Jinling who led the various sects in the North Sea to ruin the two sects' plans. However, once he was caught red-handed, the nature of the problem would be different. When He Xian saw that it was really only Lu Ping who had come, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said, "All disciples of the Azure Sea sect retreat from this area and return to the sect. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." Since everyone was fighting against each other, even if Lu Tianping gave up his pride as a Dharma adept and started a massacre, the Azure Sea sect could only grit their teeth and endure it. Lu Ping took a step in front of He Shiyun and said, "Senior He, why are you so nervous? I won't go so far as to attack the core forging and blood condensation disciples of your sect." He Shiyun's face relaxed, but then he was shocked again. He asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Lu Tianping chuckled and said, "Of course I'm going to attack you, senior." He Xian's face changed again. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhang Shi had been defeated by Lu Ping, and his reputation had fallen to the ground. However, he immediately relaxed and said, "The old man admits that he is not your opponent, but I don't believe that you can catch up to the old man even if he escapes again. Even if you can catch up to him, don't tell me you want to kill the old man?" Lu Ping did not reply. A pair of swords had already surrounded Lu Ping's body. Every Azure Sea sect cultivator who saw the swords on Lu Ping's body could not help but feel embarrassed. Furthermore, there were rumors that one of the 3 spiritual treasures left behind by the Azure Sea sect's Laozu, the Cloud Sail, was also with this kid. In addition to the sea bell in the hands of Xiang Lu Laozu, who was now under Jinling's tutelage, more than half of the Azure Sea sect's Laozu's legacy had fallen into Jinling's hands. How could any Azure Sea sect cultivator be willing to accept this? Thinking of Xiang Lu Laozu, He Xian could not help but wonder if this person was the one who had really gone to the East Sea in place of Lu Tianping. However, at this time, even if he thought about it clearly, it was useless. He Xian made up his mind. He could not care less about his identity as a senior cultivator. He could not even withstand one move from Lu Ping. He turned around and ran away with the other disciples of the sect. This was somewhat out of Lu Ping's expectation. This person was able to take it easy. As a Dharma phase senior, he was not afraid of being laughed at by the Azure Sea sect disciples who were running away at this time. He did not even have the courage to fight with Lu Ping. However, where can you run now? Lu Ping stepped through the space, and when he reappeared, he was already 30 miles away. At this time, He Xian and Laozu were fleeing 30 miles away like a stray dog, but they saw Lu Ping looking at them with a smile in front of them from afar. They suddenly gasped and involuntarily said, "How did you run in front of the old man? How is this possible?" Lu Ping said with a smile, "I said senior can't escape today." "That's not necessarily true." He Xian stretched out his hand, and a space gap appeared. He jumped into it. Lu Ping stood by the side and looked at the sea in the distance. On the sea 10 miles away, He Xian and Laozu took a step out. Then they turned in another direction and cut through the space again. Lu Ping smiled slightly, and his body disappeared directly. 20 miles away, He Xian had just stepped out of the space, and suddenly felt a strange wave-like vibration coming toward him. He Xian looked up, and suddenly felt as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Ping was standing not far in front of him again, and the arrival of this wave was not too dangerous for He Xian. However, he did not dare to use the space magical power again, because under this wave, the surrounding space became all unstable. At this time, if He Xian used the space magical power again, he might never come out again. Lu Ping laughed, and the pair of flying swords in his hands suddenly separated, flying towards He Xian from both sides. He Xian knew that he would not be able to escape from Lu Tianping today. Thinking of brother Wang Shiqing's dispirited state after being injured by him, and losing the chance to advance to the mid-Dharma stage, He Xian suddenly wanted to fight with all his might. A crescent moon spade suddenly appeared in his hand, and the crescent moon spade flew out of his hand, knocking away the thin water sword coming from the left, and then it spun in midair, actually flying towards Lu Ping's neck. Lu Ping intended to train his own swordsmanship, but he did not use any other spells or treasures, nor did he use any magical powers or secret techniques. He directly used a pair of flying swords to fight with He Xian. Ever since Lu Ping had focused on swordsmanship, He had become more and more indifferent to the techniques of swordsmanship itself. At his level, any swordsmanship technique was full of flaws in his eyes, especially after he had achieved the supreme magical power of swordsmanship. Lu Ping even had a feeling that all the techniques of swordsmanship in the world were the same. It was as if in his hands, all the techniques of swordsmanship in the world could be used as he pleased, even to the point of being able to understand it. However, He Xian's feelings were different. When he was fighting with Lu Ping, even though Lu Ping was only using some techniques that he was familiar with, these techniques gave He Xian the feeling that he was using the most appropriate swordsmanship at the most appropriate time. He Xian felt as if he had been placed in a huge pool, and the water under his feet was slowly rising, slowly submerging his feet, thighs, waist, chest, and finally to his neck. It was still rising, but He Xian had a feeling of helplessness. This feeling of drowning was enough to drive He Xian crazy. Thinking back to the battle between Lu Ping and Zhang Xi, with the strength that Zhang Xi had displayed at that time, he could have easily defeated He Xian. However, Lu Ping just had to use this kind of basic swordsmanship to fight with him. He Xian was sure that Lu Ping was toying with him. His heart was filled with anger, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He shouted, "Lu Tianping, show me the attitude of a Dharma adept. What is the point of humiliating others for no reason? The old man would rather die in your hands than be humiliated like this." After saying that, He Xian pounced towards Lu Ping like a crazed tiger. He no longer cared about Lu Ping's attacks. He wanted to fight Lu Ping to the death. Lu Ping was originally immersed in comprehending the basic swordsmanship. He felt as if every time he swung his sword, he would leave a drop of water in the sky. The droplets of water merged together and eventually formed a vast ocean, forming a brand new skill. It was the third basic skill in the bubbling sky swordsmanship, the drowning swordsmanship. As the drowning sword technique took shape, the purple clouds that surrounded the dragon Dharma power in the core space formed another strange remarkable power talisman. It began to revolve around the dragon Dharma power in the clouds, faintly discernible. Lu Ping laughed and said, "That's good too. I'll fulfill your wish, senior." He Xian acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. A ray of light had already appeared behind him. This was a sign that he was about to summon his Dharma power. However, he did not expect that a palm would suddenly appear behind him. It was too late for him to dodge. He Xian shouted, "Despicable!" A sharp pain came from the back of his head. Before He Xian lost consciousness, his last thought was, "Who the hell is attacking me from behind?" Chapter 979. After Lu Ping captured He Xian alive, the sounds of fighting could be heard on the surface of the sea. Zhenling's cultivators were fighting with the scattered Songhai sect cultivators. Unfortunately, He Xian was alert and knew that there might be an ambush. Otherwise, the operation would have been much smoother. After a while, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu arrived together. Lu Ping smiled and said to Ma Yu, "I thought it would be enough if senior brother Zhong Jian led the team this time. My nephew has just reached the age of 100. He can't leave sister-in-law's side." After Ma Yu became a mother, she had a mature charm. She smiled and said, "Since you, Water Sword Immortal, have spoken, all the third-generation disciples of Zhenling will give you face." Lu Ping chuckled and listened to Zhong Jian's account of the encirclement. He said, because He Xian was prepared in advance, half of them managed to escape. The remaining half only managed to capture a dozen or so of them. The rest were all killed in the battle. Lu Ping nodded and said, "Casualties are inevitable in the battle. How are the casualties of our disciples?" Zhong Jian said, "A few fourth-generation blood condensation disciples died. More than a dozen people were injured, including 4 or 5 core forging cultivators." Lu Ping took out a dozen jade bottles from his storage artifact and said, "These are some healing pills I refined. Senior brother, please give them to them." Zhong Jian smiled and took the jade bottles. "I wonder if they will be willing to eat them if they know they are refined by you." At this time, Zhong Jian suddenly thought of something and waved behind him. An early core forging cultivator was brought over. Zhong Jian saw Lu Ping's questioning expression and explained, "Although this person's cultivation base isn't high, He seems to have a high status among the cultivators from Songhai sect, who ambushed our sect's mine. When I found him, he was being escorted by several Songhai sect core forging realm cultivators. Your senior martial sister Ma and I joined forces to kill them and capture this person alive. Only then did we discover that this person seems to be a mind seeker, like senior martial brother Xianwei. Oh. Lu Ping looked at the unconscious early core forging cultivator and said, "We can use this to make a fuss." At the same time, in the southeastern part of the North Sea, 3 cultivators were patrolling this area. Senior brother Wu, are those 2 cultivators from Middle Earth really the ones who killed Uncle Master Kuan-Yu? Wu Shihuan nodded. The North Sea doesn't seem to be peaceful recently. From the information we received from Xianling sect, it seems that there are many external forces trying to intervene in the North Sea. Not long after Uncle Master Kuan-Yu was killed, these 2 cultivators from the Central Plains appeared in this region, accompanied by the leader of the Four Seas sect. They even killed several Xianling sect disciples and spies from other sections. Based on the timing, these 2 cultivators from the Central Plains seemed to be the most suspicious. Ma Shifang, who was at the side, nodded and said, "There's also the Four Seas sect leader. That person used to have dealings with the Overturned Seas sect. He once used the Overturned Seas sect's secret teleportation array to travel between the East Sea and the North Sea cultivation world. After that, there seemed to be some small misunderstandings between him and the Overturned Seas sect because of the uneven distribution of loot. However, that person knows some of the Overturned Seas sect's secrets. That's not all." Wu Shihuan paused and said, "From the looks of the Xianling sect disciples who managed to escape and saw these 2 people from afar, it is highly likely that these 2 Dharma adepts from Middle Plains are from the top family in Middle Plains, the Yuan family." As soon as Wu Shihuan finished speaking, Ma Shifang and Zhang Shiji looked at each other. Both of them could see the surprise in each other's eyes. If it was really the Yuan family who did it, then this matter was not as simple as they had imagined. No matter what, anyone who dares to kill a cultivator from the Crystal Palace, even the 5 holy lands of Middle Earth, will have to pay the price. Wu Shihuan said coldly, "Of course." Ma Shifang and Zhang Shiji said in unison. Water Crystal Palace had always been protective of their own. Regardless of who their opponent was, Water Crystal Palace would always be supported by an uncompromising spirit. This was also because Water Crystal Palace was one of the 6 most powerful leviathans of the cultivation world to begin with. "Senior Wu, we have been in North Sea for a few days now. We have yet to find the 2 cultivators from Middle Earth. Could it be that they are no longer here?" Wu Shihuan looked at Ma Shifang and said, "That is possible. What do you think, Junior Zhang?" Zhang Shiji thought for a while and said, "It is not a good idea to continue searching like this. I heard that the Ping Ping for Seas gang had accompanied these 2 on a patrol in this area. Now the most important thing in the world of North Sea is undoubtedly the fight for the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. I heard that the Four Seas gang is also one of the 12 small forces in North Sea. Could the disciples of the Yuan family be on Frost Island? Only in the North Sea can a low-level gang like the Four Seas gang be able to form a small force." Wu Shihuan looked at Ma Shifang and said with a smile, "But junior brother Zhang is right. Let's make a trip to Frost Island. Xianling sect had asked us for help before, but I rejected them. Now let's go and meet the big shots of the North Sea's cultivation world." It was not easy to defeat a Dharma adept, but it was even harder to kill a Dharma adept. However, the hardest part was to capture a Dharma adept alive. Just as Lu Ping had easily knocked He Xian unconscious and captured her alive, the situation on Frost Island had reached a point where it could explode at any moment. Strictly speaking, it was an extremely delicate and dangerous moment. And all of this was because of the 2 people who were chatting in the Central Ice Palace. I did not expect young Master Yuan to be here. No wonder Chief Zheng of the Four Seas gang is so high profile. I am Bai Jishan of the Taishan sect. A cultivator walked out from behind Dongkuan Laozu. At first, they thought it was a disciple of the Songhai sect, but they did not expect it to be a Dharma adept Laozu, who had hidden his cultivation. Taishan sect. Could it be the Taishan sect of the plains, one of the large sects in Middle-earth? Although North Sea was isolated, they were still familiar with the names of the 5 holy lands of Middle-earth and the large sections. Wait, there was also young Master Yuan. Who was this person? Could he be the number 1 family in the cultivation world, the Yuan clan, which was on equal footing with the 5 holy lands? The cultivators who had been whispering because of the sudden appearance of a Taishan sect cultivator in Songhai sect, all followed by Jishan's gaze, and looked at the 2 cultivators, one old and one young, behind Chief Zheng of the Four Seas Gang. The young man who was originally wearing the ordinary clothes of the Four Seas Gang turned his hand gracefully, and a folding fan appeared in his hand. As he opened the fan, a graceful and elegant aura burst out of the young man's body. Even the tacky clothes of the Four Seas Gang could not conceal it. So it is the head disciple of the 3rd generation of the Taishan sect. No wonder you know this, young master. What, the Taishan sect is not going to deal with your old rival, the heavenly profound sect, but is interested in this North Sea. The status and strength of the Yuan family in Middle-earth were higher than that of the Taishan sect, but there was no need for Bai Jishan to lower himself in front of the disciples of the Yuan family. Earlier, he was just showing respect to the Yuan family out of etiquette. At that moment, Bai Jishan also smiled and said, "Didn't young Master Yuan also come to the North Sea?" After saying that, he glanced at Chief Zheng of the Four Seas Gang. What he did not say was clearly, "Also, you found such a fool to be your tour guide. Aren't you afraid of disgracing the reputation of the Yuan family?" The old man saw Bai Jishan's eyes and immediately became angry. A mid-Dharma stage aura suddenly burst out of the old man, and the cultivators in the ice palace were shocked. Unexpectedly, young Master Yuan reached out his hand. Seeing this, the old man immediately withdrew his aura, just like a late core forging cultivator who was at the end of his life. However, at this moment, no cultivator in the ice palace dared to look down on this old man. Young Master Yuan ignored Bai Jishan's words and said with a smile, "I came to the North Sea just to travel around the world. Coincidentally, Chief Zheng took care of me a lot, so I have to return the favor. I came to the Frost Island to support Chief Zheng, and also to see the talents of the North Sea. I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of the North Sea." Young Master Yuan's words seemed to be talking to Bai Jishan, but in fact, he was telling the sects in the North Sea that this had nothing to do with the Yuan family, and was just his personal matter. Hearing this, many cultivators in the North Sea secretly let out a sigh of relief. The pressure on the Yuan family was too great. If they really wanted to meddle in the affairs of the North Sea, even the Crystal Palace would have to give them some face. But even so, no one in the North Sea dared to turn a deaf ear to Chief Zheng of the Four Seas Gang's seemingly overconfident request. They even mocked and ridiculed him. There were even people who were secretly thinking if they should support the Four Seas Gang to get a bigger share. "All right," Bai Jishan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since young Master Yuan has no intention of meddling in the affairs of the North Sea, then I will talk about the distribution plan of my Taishan sect and Blue Sea sect." "Wait!" Lu Tianling sternly interrupted Bai Jishan's words and said, "Since this is a matter of the North Sea, what right does Fellow Bai have to comment on it? In this sect master's opinion, Fellow Bai should just watch from the side." Bai Jishan's expression changed, and he said, "You must be Chief Lu of Jinling. You are indeed tyrannical. I have long heard that Jinling is known as the number 1 sect in the North Sea, and its sect is arrogant and domineering. You should know that the world of cultivation is very big. What do you Jinling count for?" Lu Tianling snorted coldly and said, "Jinling naturally does not dare to be arrogant in the world of cultivation. But we also know that this Frost Island mine belongs to the cultivation world of the North Sea. The Taishan sect you belong to may be a large sect in the Middle Earth, but you do not have the right to stretch your hands into the cultivation world of the North Sea. If you are determined to do this, you must ask the sects of the North Sea if they agree." As soon as Lu Tianling finished speaking, Xianling sect's ancestor Daoxian suddenly said, "Our sect agrees with sect leader Lu's opinion. The North Sea's cultivation world has the final say. Fellow Taoist Bai, it's best if you don't interfere." The unexpected alliance of Zhenling and Xianling sects was unexpected, but after thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. The spirit stone mines of Frost Island occupied a quarter of the total. They were the strongest of all the great forces. This time, Blue Sea Sect and the Profound Sect were helping to redistribute the spirit stone mines. Naturally, these two sects were the first to be provoked. Under such circumstances, although Xianling sect and Jinling had never been on good terms, they had no choice but to temporarily ally for the sake of common interests. Although the sects of the North Sea had not expressed their stance, due to Bai Jishan's identity as a disciple of a large sect in the Middle Earth, Bai Jishan could also sense the rejection of him by the cultivators of the other sections. However, Bai Jishan did not care, and turned to look at Blue Sea Sect. Chapter 980. Forefather Donghua of Blue Sea Sect seemed slightly hesitant when he saw this, but under Bai Jishan's gaze, he finally nodded and said, "This time, it is not the Profound Sect that wants to interfere in the matters of the North Sea, but our sect has invited the Profound Sect to come and help us. This spirit stone mine of Frost Island will be a competition between our sect and the Profound Sect. Therefore, our original 10% is far from enough." Before the sects could recover from the shock of Blue Sea Sect's declaration, Bai Jishan laughed and said, "Everyone, you understand now. We are not here to interfere with the affairs of the North Sea. We were invited by the seniors of Blue Sea Sect. We are here to help Blue Sea Sect fight for the spirit stone vein on Frost Island, not to fight for it ourselves." Lu Tianling sneered at the master of Blue Sea Sect. "How much of the share does your sect want Profound Sect to offer?" Donghua Laozu was immediately enraged and said, "Lu Tianling, do not go too far. Do you really think that Blue Sea Sect is afraid of you?" Lu Tianling didn't care about him at all. He nodded and said, "Of course, your honorable sect wouldn't care about us. Since your honorable sect was able to invite the help of the Supreme Xian sect, why would you care about us? I'm afraid the entire North Sea isn't even worth your attention." Donghua Laozu suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Martial nephew Lu, you do not need to sow discord. Since Blue Sea Sect initiated the redistribution of the spirit stone mine of Frost Island, we naturally have a reasonable plan that can take care of the interests of all parties. You are blocking us now. Do you have some ulterior motives?" Lu Tianling glanced at Donghua Laozu and seemed to think of something. He said, "Fine, if that is the case, then I will listen and see what your Blue Sea Sect can do." Bai Jishan laughed and said, "If that is the case, then this one will speak of their plan on behalf of Blue Sea Sect." Although he kept saying that he wanted to stand up for the Songhai Sect, his expression was clearly that of the Taishan Sect. He did not even look at the cultivators of the Songhai Sect behind him, and said directly, "Zhenling and Xianling have always been known as the great sects of the North Sea, but in fact, they do not live up to their name. These two sects together can actually take a quarter of the entire mine. I think that it is enough for these two sects to get 10% each. The remaining 5 will be given to Blue Sea Sect." Bai Jishan's words were shocking. In an instant he wanted to plunder 5 of the 2 largest sects in the North Sea. Lu Tianling and Dao Yin both sneered. The cultivators of the various sects all looked at the cultivators of the Azure Sea Sect, but they heard Bai Jishan continue. Of course, the share of the 12 small sects should also be adjusted appropriately. Since the Qiao family no longer has a Dharma plane cultivator, their share should naturally be given to the new Liao family. Laozu of the roaming sail sect is a skeleton in his grave, so he does not have the right to continue sharing Frost Island's share. The Four Seas gang is a vassal of the Middle Earth's Yuan family, so this share should naturally be added to the Four Seas gang. At this time, the cultivators of the North Sea had already figured out something. The sects that would benefit from Bai Jishan's plan all had the shadow of the great forces of the Middle Earth behind them. Behind Blue Sea Sect was the Great Profound Sect. Behind the Liao family was the #1 alchemist family, the Lu family. The originally unremarkable Four Seas gang actually had the support of the Yuan family. Lu Tianling Laozu said, "Blue Sea Sect really has a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of being too greedy and burdening themselves?" Dao Xianlaozu's face was livid, but surprisingly he did not speak. Xianling sect was not what it used to be. After the deaths of two Dharma plane cultivators, Dao Shi and Lu Xuheng, Xianling sect's own legacy had problems. Among the third-generation disciples, there were no special talents except Ouyang Weijian. In the face of such an aggressive momentum from Blue Sea sect, which had the support of Xian sect, Dao Xianlaozu inevitably felt a little unconfident. That was why he was more willing to let Lu Tianling charge at the front, because he knew that Jinling valued the share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island more than Xianling sect. Of course, Dao Xianlaozu actually had another worry in his heart. Being in a position like Dao Xianlaozu, he more or less had some understanding of the big secrets of the cultivation world. He had once heard from the cultivators of the Crystal Palace that the Tianxian sect, which had always been hostile to Xianling sect, had secretly formed an alliance with the Crystal Palace. Through the support of the Crystal Palace, the Tianxian sect fought against the Tianxian sect, which was secretly supported by the 5 holy lands of Middle-earth. Although Dao Xianlaozu did not know what benefits the Crystal Palace had gained from this, he knew that since Bai Jishan had come to the North Sea, there was no way he did not know that the power behind Xianling sect was the Crystal Palace. Because of the Tianxian sect, the Tianxian sect obviously would not be kind to a sect that was close to the Crystal Palace. Moreover, what Dao Xianlaozu was more afraid of at this time was another reason, and that was that the Tianxian sect suddenly appeared in the North Sea and fully supported Blue Sea sect to fight for the share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. Was the shadow of the 5 holy lands of Middle-earth behind this? Was this the 5 holy lands' counterattack against the Crystal Palace's infiltration into Middle-earth? Dao Xianlaozu's heart sank bit by bit. Although he had already expressed that he was on Jinling's side, he had made up his mind not to make a move to avoid incurring the wrath of the 5 holy lands. Bai Jishan glanced at Lu Tianling and said, "Master Lu, you've really been in the North Sea for too long. Do you really think that a mere 15% share of a large spirit stone vein is enough to satisfy everyone from the Azure Sea sect, who has the support of our sect?" Lu Tianling's face was cold as he said to the Songhai sect's cultivators, "That's true. Your sect naturally won't support Songhai sect for nothing. However, I wonder what will happen to Songhai sect after your sect leaves North Sea?" Bai Jishan blocked Lu Tianling's question and said with a slight smile, "You don't have to worry about this. As long as our sect does not leave the North Sea, the Blue Sea sect will naturally not have so much to worry about." Lu Tianling stared at the entire Blue Sea sect when she heard this. At this time, she more or less understood. Although Zhenling did not have a giant like the Crystal Palace as an ally, he had his own dojo in the Middle-earth, so he naturally had some understanding of the situation in the Middle-earth. Although she had guessed it before, Lu Tianling was still a little unwilling to believe it. However, after all of her provocations, the entire Blue Sea sect still had a lifeless appearance, and she immediately came to a realization. With Zhang Xi's arrogance, he actually allowed Bai Jishan to shout so arrogantly. Although Bai Jishan was provoking the other sects in the North Sea, wasn't he also using his foot to step on the face of the Blue Sea sect? However, the Blue Sea sect endured it. There must be a reason why she did not see it before. How scheming was Lu Tianling? When she thought back to the news from the Yingshan Immortal Academy, and the news that Lu Ping had brought back from the Profound Sky sect, she immediately understood. The Blue Sea sect was clearly afraid. Even someone as proud and arrogant as Zhang Xi had no choice but to compromise in the face of the sect's survival. For a moment, Lu Tianling felt a trace of pity for the Blue Sea sect. However, facing the colossus that might be hiding behind Bai Jishan, even though Lu Tianling was also afraid, she had no choice but to fight. Zhenling was different from the Blue Sea sect. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhenling to rise, and Zhenling could even see hope. In front of the hope that almost all of Zhenling's members had gathered, Zhenling could not let go of any chance to increase the sect's foundation. Zhenling had long since made plans for the worst. The involvement of the powers in the Middle-earth, and the greater conspiracy that might be hidden behind them, might be a potential crisis. But it might not be directly passed on to Zhenling. Junling still had a chance to advance in the cracks. If he missed this opportunity, what Junling was waiting for might be another 6,000 years of reincarnation after Laozu's regret. Lu Tianling took a long breath, and her face suddenly became cold. She said, "Supreme profound sex suggestion. My sect absolutely cannot accept it." Bai Jishan's expression changed and he said, "Sect Master Lu, you have to think this through. I believe Sect Master Lu should have some guesses about the implications of this. Don't do anything stupid." Lu Tianling smiled coldly and did not say anything. Obviously, she had already expressed her attitude. Bai Jishan smiled sinisterly and no longer asked Lu Tianling. Instead, he turned to Laozu and said, "What does Senior Daoxian say? I heard that Xianling's sect's backer is very strong, but I don't know if Xianling's sect will also be as heaven-defying as Junling." Laozu's face turned red. In terms of seniority, he could almost pull Bai Jishan by 2 generations. But now, he was forced into such a sorry state by a junior. Heaven-defying. Just as Daoxian Laozu was distracted, a voice suddenly came from outside the ice palace. Daoxian Laozu suddenly perked up, and then heard the voice come again from outside the ice palace. "Bai Jishan, how arrogant of you. You are just a head disciple of a sect that has not even been recognized by a large sect. And you dare to be so arrogant in the overseas training world? Who gave you the guts?" As soon as the voice finished, 3 figures walked in from outside the ice palace. They ignored the dozens of Dharma adepts in the ice palace, and only stared at Bai Jishan in the distance. 2 of the 3 people in front were early Dharma adepts, and although the third person was only at the peak of core forging, he exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Many Dharma adepts could not help but narrow their eyes when they felt this aura. These 3 people were the direct adepts of the Crystal Palace, Wu Shihuan, Ma Shifeng, and Zhang Shiji. Bai Jishan's expression was a little ugly, and he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "Direct adepts of the Crystal Palace. I am fortunate to be specially taken care of by 3 direct adepts of the Crystal Palace. This trip to the North Sea has not been in vain." "Huh." Ma Shifeng had a funny look on her face as she said, "What kind of joke did I hear? The 3 of us actually came for trash like you. I can't believe there is such a person in the world who thinks so highly of himself. You must be a weirdo. What is the Taishian sect? They are just a dog of the 5 holy lands of the central region. You, Bai Jishan, are not even a dog. At best, you are just a puppy." Bai Jishan's eyes were spitting fire. But then he thought of something and forced himself to calm down. He smiled at Ma Shifeng and said, "How arrogant of you, sir. I would like to see. Junior brother Ma, why are you wasting time with this kind of person? Don't bring shame to your family." Wu Shihuan impatiently interrupted Bai Jishan's words, and then turned to young Master Yuan, who had been watching the development of the situation, as if there was no one else present, and said, "You must be young Master Yuan Feixiang, the number 1 expert of the 3rd generation of the Yuan family, the number 1 aristocratic family in the central region. You are so famous that even we overseas adepts admire you?" Young Master Yuan smiled slightly and said, "You flatter me, it is me. You are too modest." Wu Shihuan, the 3rd direct disciple of the Crystal Palace, "Brother Wu, your reputation is also like thunder in the central region." When the 2 met, they were very friendly, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Unexpectedly, Wu Shihuan's next sentence was full of murderous intent. "If young Master Yuan wants to travel overseas, you only need to tell me. Why do you have to sneak here, through someone else's teleportation array?" For some reason, Yuan Feixiang did not directly answer Wu Shihuan's question. Instead, he pointed out, "What a coincidence today. It seems that another friend that I have known for a long time is coming." At this time, Wu Shihuan also suddenly glanced and said, "Oh, it seems that the way he came is quite unique." In the Ice Palace, some of the mid-Dharma adepts had already sensed something, but the early Dharma adepts seemed to be at a loss, except for Lu Tianling. Whoosh! With the sound of the wind, a figure suddenly flew through the air, and after falling to the ground, he rolled on the ground like a gourd. Apprentice nephew he, junior brother he. The 6 Dharma adepts of the Songhai sect, who had been sitting most of the time, suddenly panicked. They all stood up, and a huge force swept out in all directions like a hurricane. Looking at the person who was rolling on the ground, who else could it be but the Dharma adepts of the Songhai sect, Laozu Shiyin? Who is it? Come out. It's me. A voice suddenly suppressed the noise in the ice palace. A figure gradually appeared in midair, and then stepped down from the air. It's you, Lu Tianping. Didn't you already go to the North Sea? Lu Ping directly ignored the roars of the Songhai sect, but slowly turned around and looked at Bai Jishan, Wu Shihuan, Ma Shifang, Yuan Feixiang and Zhang Shiji. When he saw Zhang Shiji, he even nodded slightly in greeting. From the moment he appeared, he could already feel the surging fighting spirit from these 5 people. There was no scheming, no fighting between sects, no differences between regions. There was only the pure fighting spirit of meeting an opponent, that kind of eagerness to fight. In an instant, Lu Ping also felt that his chest was about to explode. The Dharma of the dragon was circling and roaring in the space of his core, as if expressing his boundless anger towards those who dared to challenge him. Chapter 981. A boundless aura rose, and behind Ma Shifang's back, a pair of blurry, bright silver wings flapped, and boundless spiritual qi spread out in all directions. However, at this moment, a tiger's roar could be heard, and a dark green light appeared behind Bai Jishan, forming all sorts of strange forests. The dark forest moved without any wind, as if there was a huge worm hibernating in it. The spiritual qi storm created by Ma Shifang's wings was weakened when it encountered this boundless forest, and in the end, it had no choice but to stop. Bai Jishan laughed coldly, but suddenly, he heard a cold snort from behind Ma Bafang. Although Zhang Shiji had not advanced to the Dharma stage, now that he was at the peak of the core forging stage, he could already participate in the battle between these Dharma adepts. The sound of a long sword vibrating could be heard from within Zhang Shiji's body. Although he could not light up the Dharma auspicious cloud behind him like other Dharma adepts, this unparalleled killing aura was like a giant axe. Following the push of Ma Shifang's wings, it shot into Bai Jishan's auspicious cloud forest, cutting down the forest that had evolved. Bai Jishan's expression changed, but he immediately saw that within the dark green auspicious cloud, the forest that had been seen was reborn once again, like chives growing in waves. In the end, it was still able to withstand the combined attack of Ma Shifang and Zhang Shiji. At this moment, the wind and clouds also surged behind Wu Shihuan, and a milky white auspicious cloud surged out. Then from the auspicious cloud, a long line of spiritual qi extended out and entered Bai Jishan's Dharma auspicious cloud. Bai Jishan let out a strange cry as if he had seen a ghost, and the auspicious cloud forest behind him immediately began to dissipate when the milky line of spiritual qi extended into it. At this moment, he saw a purple thundercloud rapidly spreading over. Clouds split apart from the thundercloud, and then turned into small purple birds. Flashes of lightning shot out from the thundercloud, and condensed into round purple beads. Then they embedded themselves into the eyes of the purple birds, becoming pairs of purple electric eyes. Dozens of purple birds circled around the thundercloud, as if they were saluting a peerless, ferocious creature hidden in the thundercloud. Then, these birds swarmed towards the auspicious cloud behind Wu Shihuan. The milky white auspicious cloud could not be bothered to bully Bai Jishan under the coercion of the thundercloud and auspicious cloud. It immediately shrunk, and then rays of milky white silk shot out from the auspicious cloud and began to fight with the purple birds surrounding it. The white auspicious cloud also resisted the thundercloud. The moment the two auspicious clouds met, it was as if cold water had been poured into a pot of hot oil. Countless explosions rang out at the edges of the two auspicious clouds. However, the moment these two auspicious clouds collided, intentionally or unintentionally, they turned in the direction of Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression was calm. With a wave of his arms, countless golden auspicious clouds rose from behind him. The auspicious clouds rolled and rolled, as if they were going to serve as a foil to a noble existence that had never been seen before. The golden auspicious clouds and Wu Shihuan's milky white auspicious cloud as well as Yuan's thundercloud auspicious cloud, retracted as soon as they came into contact. Yuan's Feixiang and Wu Shihuan's bodies trembled, and their gazes at Lu Ping were filled with shock and confusion. Although Lu Ping had been attacked by their combined forces, a purple aura flashed across his face. Then, with a calm expression, he gestured to the two of them. Battles between Dharma adepts were usually a way for Dharma adepts to test out their opponent's abilities. Although this test was also a battle of strength and mental strength, it usually did not harm one's body. Hence, it was very popular among Dharma adepts. However, just as the auspicious clouds behind the three of them collided in the ice palace, both Wu Shihuan and Yuan's Feixiang could feel the mysterious presence hidden within Lu Ping's auspicious cloud. This feeling made the two of them extremely uncomfortable, because it did not feel like an enemy, but rather a condescending one. It was like a noble being standing at an extremely high place, looking down on the common people. This feeling even caused the originally untamed Dharma idols in the two's core spaces to choose to go into hibernation instead of fighting back. What exactly was Lu Tianping's Dharma power? Not only were Yuan's Feixiang and Wu Shihuan guessing, but all the Dharma adepts in the Ice Palace were also guessing what kind of dragon Dharma power Lu Tianping had achieved. As for the auspicious cloud that Bai Jishan and Ma Shifang were entangled in, the moment the auspicious cloud of the three Dharma powers collided, it had no choice but to separate. As for Zhang Shiji, who had joined the battle with his murderous intent, he was the first to be eliminated, and his entire person was pushed out of the circle of the five of them fighting. Zhang Shiji stood outside the circle of the five people, unwilling but extremely embarrassed. Most of his attention was on Lu Ping, who was standing in the middle of the chaotic battle with the other four, but still seemed to be at ease. He sighed in his heart. In the end, he was still not as good as this person. Just as these people began to fight the moment they met, the dozens of Dharma adepts in the entire Ice Palace chose to remain silent at this moment, all watching the strength of these people from the sidelines. The battle between these people could almost be said to be a battle between the most powerful third-generation practitioners in the three major cultivation worlds of Middle-earth, East Sea, and North Sea. All the practitioners wanted to see how strong the third-generation practitioners were, and how strong they were. All the cultivators from the various sects in North Sea inevitably had such a humble thought in their hearts. North Sea was such a barren place, yet it could produce a genius like Lu Tianping. Then what kind of level did the true genius cultivators of East Sea and Middle-earth, which far surpassed North Sea in terms of wealth and other aspects, have reached? Could it be that Lu Tianping could be compared to the true heirs of the six holy lands, and the #1 aristocratic family of Middle-earth? This joke did not seem too funny, right? Apart from the Zhenling sect, the North Sea adepts all forced themselves to believe this conclusion. However, subconsciously, they also realized that the ability of an early Dharma adept to be able to coalesce a supreme power and defeat Zhang Shi, who had similarly coalesced a supreme power, was probably the limit of an early Dharma adept. Even the direct disciples of the Holy Lands would not be able to do so, and the reason why they still harbored that thought was because they wanted to deceive themselves and others, or because they were truly afraid of the heights that Lu Tianping could reach in the future. In reality, the moment when the few of them had just risen into the Dharma auspicious cloud and began to fight, the entire Ice Palace had begun to shake. Tian Shui Laozu snorted coldly, and an icy cold chi surrounded her body. The Ice Palace, which had been shaken by the fight between Ma Shifang and Bai Jishan, immediately froze again at the cracks on the ice walls. Moreover, it seemed even more solid than before. However, the moment Wu Shihuan made his move, Tian Shui Laozu's entire body shook. Her originally rosy cheeks were instantly covered with a thin layer of frost, but the entire Ice Palace still shook again. Seeing this, Lin Xuqing stomped his foot, and the originally transparent ice surface was instantly covered with a layer of white frost. With him as the center, the white frost spread throughout the entire Ice Palace, attempting to reinforce and assist Tian Shui Laozu in suppressing the auspicious cloud that had been released by the few of them within the Ice Palace. However, even if the auspicious cloud was just a gentle method in a fight between cultivators, its power was like an undercurrent, and it was not something that Lin Xuqing could withstand. Gulp. Lin Xuqing felt as if he had swallowed a huge egg that was far larger than his throat. He was so bloated that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His originally slightly thin face looked even more ferocious because of his bulging eyes. Dong Kuan Laozu obviously felt disdain towards Lin Xuqing's overestimation of his capabilities. He looked at Daoxian Laozu and sneered coldly. Opening his mouth, he spat out a dense white frost chi towards the dome of the ice palace. Immediately, when Yuan Feixiang joined the battle, the frost chi stabilized the ice palace. However, before Dong Kuan Laozu could reveal a satisfied smile, the fight between Wu Shihuan, Yuan Feixiang, and Lu Ping suddenly erupted. The three hidden forces clashed with each other, instantly breaking through the dense white fog that was covering the dome of the ice palace. Dong Kuan Laozu's body swayed slightly. Zhang Shi, who was beside him, reacted quickly and supported Dong Kuan Laozu. However, Dong Kuan Laozu's eyes twitched as he muttered, "This cold fog is a heaven-ranked mid-grade spirit object. I have been nurturing it for many years. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed so easily by these three?" Rumble. The dome of the ice palace was finally broken by the three's Dharma idols battle. Countless ice shards shot towards the dome of the ice palace, but not a single ice shard fell into the ice palace. The three of them stopped fighting at the same time. Ma Shifang and Bai Jishan's battle was meaningless. However, the four of them looked at Lu Ping with complicated gazes. The gazes contained a myriad of emotions. Some were more envious, some were more jealous, some were more admiring, and some were more hateful. However, no matter what, they had to admit that none of them had the ability to take advantage of Lu Ping. Even when they intentionally or unintentionally joined forces to attack each other, they were easily resolved by Lu Ping. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ping was only passively resolving their attacks, and never took the initiative to attack. Judging from the outcome of this battle, it seemed like they could say that North Sea's Lu Tianping's strength was not inferior to theirs. However, in reality, they knew that none of them could figure out Lu Tianping's strength. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as unfathomable. If it were Wu Shihuan and the others, they wouldn't be able to fend off the attacks as easily as Lu Ping did without using their trump cards. Wu Shihuan and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to do so. Even though these people all had their own trump cards and trump cards, they knew that Lu Tianping had the title of the boy of many treasures when they came to the North Sea. The thin water-flowing sword and the cloud sail in his hands were also rare treasures, and might not necessarily be inferior to theirs. The few of them stopped, but they heard vast C-Sex Dongi Laozu say, "Lu Tianping, what did you do to my disciple nephew He?" Chapter 982. Lu Tianping, what did you do to my disciple He Xian? When Lu Tianping had thrown He Xian into the ice palace, it had already shocked all the practitioners in the North Sea. It was not difficult to defeat or kill a Dharma adept. Even if they were at the end of their rope, a Dharma adept would rather commit suicide than be humiliated. However, He Xian had been captured alive. This proved one thing, and that was that Lu Ping's abilities far exceeded He Xian's, so much so that He Xian did not even have the chance to commit suicide before he was captured alive. When Lu Ping appeared and got involved in the battle between the third generation of practitioners, the practitioners of the Songhai sect could not wait to bring He Xian back from the surface. However, they realized that the method of sealing He Xian was obviously Lu Tianping's unique method, and it was not something that the practitioners of the Songhai sect could remove. If he did not personally remove it, no one else would be able to break the seal. Seeing that Lu Ping, Wu Shihuan, and Yuan Feixiang had finished testing each other, Dong Kuan Laozu could not take it anymore. He hurriedly jumped out and shouted at Lu Ping, saying, "Lu Tianping, the old man admits that you are a genius, but the practitioners of our sect are not people that you can humiliate. You have treated a Dharma adept of our sect, Laozu. Aren't you afraid that all the North Sea Dharma adepts will be disappointed?" Hearing this, Lu Ping laughed coldly and said, "Your sect's He Xian Laozu actually personally attacked our sect's spiritual material mine. After I saw it, he wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to capture Senior He Shiyun. I really had no choice. If you don't believe me, I have a reflection stone that I obtained from your sect. Dongyi Laozu snorted coldly and said, there's no need for the imaging stone. Tell me, how can I remove the restriction on my martial nephew He Shiyun? However, Lu Ping's expression turned serious. Senior Dongyi, I beg to differ. This imaging stone must be taken out for the various sects Laozu to see. Otherwise, how would I dare to capture Senior He? This concerns whether our sect's capture of Senior He is justified or not. How can I pass by in such a muddle-headed manner? If we incur the disgust of the North Sea's Laozu, what will our sect do? At this moment, Lu Tianling Laozu also said, my disciple is right. Although my disciple is usually a bit rash, he still knows what's right and what's wrong. I think it's better to take out the imaging stone. If there's any misunderstanding, it'll be easier for us elders to communicate and discuss. Seeing this, Dongyi Laozu knew that not only would his sect suffer this loss, but he would also have to bear the reputation of murdering for money. He Shiyun would never have a chance to get back at him. Although he was furious, he wanted to stop Lu Ping, but there was nothing he could do. One wrong step, then many more. One careless move, and the whole game would be lost. Dongyi Laozu had this kind of feeling. Looking at the scene in the imaging stone, many disciples of Jinling and affiliated forces who were mining were killed by the high-level cultivators of Songhai sect. Not only Dongyi Laozu, but everyone in Songhai sect also had a gloomy expression. Pa! Lu Tianling slammed the ice table beside him into a puddle of clear water, which flowed everywhere on the ice. Senior Dongyi, before this, Songhai sect respected you. What do you say? Dongyi Laozu's face turned green, then red, then purple. He said in a low voice, your sect is really good at scheming. My sect is not as good as you. My sect's habit of monopolizing everything hasn't changed at all. The Northwest Sea's medium-sized mineral vein was originally discovered by our sect and Xianling sect together. And your sect even joined forces with the sects of North Sea to share the profits. How could your sect secretly discover this medium-sized mineral vein, and then hide in a corner and enjoy it alone? Lu Tianling's expression didn't change. He said, Senior Dongyi, how did you know that my sect would monopolize everything? If Senior Dongyi had informed us at that time, there would be no reason for our sect to only care about our own mining. Are you saying that our sect discovered a mineral vein and wanted to announce it to the whole world and invite all sects to mine it? After discovering this mineral vein, it's fine if Kague sect informed the other sects to help us mine it together. But Kague sect wanted to monopolize it, and even used a core forging realm cultivator to kill more than 100 of our blood condensation cultivators. This is not something our sect can accept. Dongyi Laozu snorted. At this time, Songhai sect had obviously fallen into Jinling's trap, but they had no one to reason with, so they just kept quiet. But this way, Jinling was happy to see He Shiyun make a fool of himself in front of the sects of North Sea. At this time, Donghu Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, how can you remove martial nephew He's seal? Lu Ping smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. After that, he turned to Lu Tianling and said, Teacher, when disciple Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were on the way to the mine to provide support, we captured a mine finder from Songhai sect. Disciple thinks this person might know something. Mine seeker? Without waiting for Lu Tianling to react, Wu Shihuan and the other two Crystal Palace disciples had already focused their attention on Lu Ping. Even Daoxian Laozu and the others looked a lot more solemn. Lu Tianling naturally guessed what Lu Ping was planning, so he said, Oh, Songhai sect actually has a mind seeker? I've never heard of it before. Could it be that they were just trained in the past few years? Zhang Shi saw Wu Shihuan squinting his eyes and looking at Songhai sect coldly. How could he not know that Jinling was trying to frame him? He said anxiously, Lu Tianling, don't slander me. Lu Tianling said indifferently, Fellow Zhang, Tianling is just stating facts. Could it be that your sect already had a mind seeker a long time ago? According to me, there has never been a complete inheritance of a mind seeker in North Sea. Dongshan Laozu snorted and said, This mind seeker may not be the only one in our sect. Doesn't Jinling also have a spiritual master Xianwei, who claims to be a mind seeker? Lu Tianling said strangely. I've long heard that Senior Dongshan is in charge of Songhai Sect's Dark Hall, and has spies in all sections. How can you not know that my martial nephew Xianwei only has a fragment of a mind seeker's inheritance, and that it's almost impossible for him to find a mine? The Eastern Mountain Old Ancestor's face flushed red. How could he not know that Taoist Profound Wei was merely a person who deceived the world? It was just that in his haste, the Eastern Mountain Old Ancestor had wholeheartedly wanted to rid himself of suspicion and divert the attention of the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace. Furthermore, Lu Tianling continued, my martial nephew Xianwei's interest in searching for ores was already well known when he advanced to the core forging stage. It has been decades since then, while the Crystal Palace's mind seeker and fellow Taoist Lu Xuhing's death have only been around 10 years. I just don't know when your sect's mind seeker received the inheritance. Lu Tianling's words seemed to be trying to get rid of suspicion, but between his words, he was constantly pointing the finger of suspicion at Songhai Sect. However, Songhai Sect was unable to refute at this time. Lu Ping already had some understanding of Songhai Sect's mind seeker after he caught him. In fact, when Liao Shengchun gave the sea map to Su Xiu more than 10 years ago, the sea map was attached with part of the Crystal Palace's mind seeker's inheritance. When Songhai Sect obtained the sea map, they naturally also obtained part of the Crystal Palace's incomplete mind seeker's inheritance. After that, Songhai Sect was ambushed by Xianling Sect in the Northwest Sea. After a chaotic battle between the two sides, the suspicion was shifted to Liao Family Island. After Songhai Sect handed over the sea map they obtained to the Crystal Palace, they secretly left this inheritance behind. However, there was no mind seeker's inheritance on the sea map, and the Crystal Palace didn't know that Songhai Sect had obtained part of Kuan An's mind seeker's inheritance. Now that Songhai Sect had another mind seeker, if the Crystal Palace didn't suspect Songhai Sect, who else could they suspect? Good, very good. Wu Shihuan looked at Songhai Sect from top to bottom. He didn't care about those mid-Dharma adepts at all. He just sneered and said, what a good trick. Junior brother Chung has been fighting with the Lu family for so many years. So it turns out that Songhai Sect is behind this. This time, even the head of the Liao family, Liao Ruanjia, looked at Songhai Sect differently. Dongkuan Laozu said anxiously, nonsense. When nephew Wang Xiqing obtained the sea map, the mind seeker's inheritance was attached to the sea map. Ma Shifang, who was behind Wu Shihuan, said, in other words, Songhai Sect also admitted that the mind seeker's inheritance came from our sect? Uncle Kuan, and would never attach his sect's inheritance to the sea map. Wu Shihuan immediately rejected the idea. It's just a sea map. Martial Uncle Kuan, and has found dozens of mineral veins. So why would he record the secret inheritance of our sect's mind seeker on a sea map that isn't really precious? Moreover, on the sea map that junior brother Chung got back from your sect, there was no record of the mind seeker's inheritance. Could it be that Liao Shengchun from the Liao Family Island was a pawn that your Songhai Sect stuffed into the Liao Family Island? No wonder Wang Xiqing from your sect blew up Liao Shengchuan's head right from the start. He was trying to silence him. At this time, Zhang Shiji also reacted. His sharp gaze shot towards Dongshan Laozu, causing Dongshan Laozu, who was in the early Dharma stage, to feel a stabbing pain. Lu Ping and Lu Tianling secretly looked at each other. The two of them just wanted to increase the suspicion of Songhai Sect. But they didn't expect the effect to be so good that it was beyond their expectations. Now Songhai Sect couldn't explain themselves. It's just a mind seeker. Why would you make such a big fuss? Could this be a trap planned by Jinling? Bai Jishan suddenly spoke at this moment. Lu Ping looked at Bai Jishan. He didn't know if Bai Jishan would still be in the mood to talk calmly here, if he knew that Fan Yuqing died in his hands. So he said, our sect is just stating the facts. We didn't deliberately target Songhai Sect. Whether Songhai Sect killed Master Kuan and friend Lu Xiuheng, or whether our sect is framing them, will be judged by the cultivators of Crystal Palace and Xianling Sect. You have overstepped your authority. Chapter 983. You've overstepped your bounds. Lu Ping rebuked Bai Jishan. You have no evidence and are just imagining things. You don't even have a single logical deduction. Even if you wanted to frame our sect, you wouldn't have done it in such a clumsy way. Is this the demeanor that a disciple of a great sect should have? I've finally seen it for myself today. Bai Jishan laughed in anger. I've long heard that Lu Tianping of the North Sea is a genius. You've made a name for yourself even before you entered the Dharma stage. You're also close friends with Xie Tianyang, one of the 6 swords of the Ziyang Palace, and Sangyu, the Empyrean Walker of the Spirit Beast sect. I've snatched this mission from my sect mostly because of you. But what I've seen today has disappointed me greatly. The Great Water Sword Celestial is just a sharp-tongued character. Lu Ping said indifferently. Can I take Brother Bai's words as you're angry because you're out of ideas? Bai Jishan smiled darkly. If that's the case, I'd like to learn from you, Brother Lu. Lu Ping also said coldly. Please. The two of them flashed and used their spatial arts to disappear from the Ice Palace. When they reappeared, they were more than 10 kilometers away from Frost Island. Then, loud explosions came from the surface of the sea, and the powerful spirit energy ripples automatically activated the island's great formation. Layers of wrinkle-like ripples spread from the center of the island's great formation towards the center of the two's battle. If the previous battle on the Dharma Idol celebratory cloud was just a test between the few of them to test the depth of their respective cultivation bases, then this was a real battle. Many of the Dharma adepts in the Ice Palace naturally did not want to miss out on this battle. However, before they could move to watch the battle, they heard Wu Shihuan say, Brother Yuan, previously in the East Sea, I tried to track you down several times, but you always avoided me. Even when we fought, you would just leave after a short while, which made me very disappointed. Now that we finally have the chance to meet, why don't we fight it out? That way, when I return to the East Sea, I can answer to the elders of the sect. Yuan Feixiang closed the folding fan in his hand and slapped it against his palm. He said, Brother Wu, how could I possibly refuse to accept your challenge? However, the reason why Brother Wu is pursuing me is because your sect suspects me of Patriarch Kuan Yu's death. I don't want to admit to the crime and I'm alone, so I chose not to fight you. Now that the seniors from the various sects are here, I would like to have a match with Brother Wu, but it's just a friendly duel. It has nothing to do with Senior Kuan Yu's death. Wu Shihuan didn't deny it. He just said, let's fight first. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Having said that, Yuan Feixiang's silhouette flickered, and he used his spatial ability to leave. He then chuckled and signaled to Mr. Wen and gang leader Zheng behind him. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the Ice Palace. Then, a clap of thunder came from the other side of Frost Island. Then, loud noises that far exceeded the noise of the battle between Lu Ping and Bai Jishan rang out one after another. Naturally, the battle between Yuan Feixiang and Wu Shihuan did attract the attention of many cultivators. One was a leading figure amongst the air disciples from a major sect in the Eastern Sea, while the other was the number 1 expert from the number 1 family in the Central Plains. The clash between the two of them had long since gone beyond a contest of strength. In comparison, the significance of the battle between Lu Ping and Bai Jishan might not be as significant, but the battle between the two still attracted the attention of many cultivators, such as Zhenling and the Blue Sea sect. This Bai Jishan was indeed worthy of being the first disciple of the Taishan sect. His abilities far surpassed that of Fan Yuqing, who had fallen at the hands of Lu Ping. However, the current Lu Ping was far from the core forging cultivator of the past. He could only rely on sneak attacks to kill Fan Yuqing when he was seriously injured. Now, although Bai Jishan's strength was not below that of Zhang Shi, who was in the middle Dharma stage, Lu Ping was able to fight evenly with him with just a pair of flying swords. However, no matter when the thin water-flowing sword appeared in front of the cultivators of the Blue Sea sect, it would always attract hatred. Watching Lu Ping fly up and down with the pair of flying swords, the power of the profound swordsmanship greatly increased. Because of the use of the pair of flying swords, the faces of the 6th Laozu of the Blue Sea sect all looked unusually ugly. Flying whirlwind kill. When Lu Ping had advanced to the Dharma stage, because he had not been able to condense this great sword technique into his own special power, the remarkable talisman had been completely destroyed. However, Lu Ping very quickly condensed this remarkable talisman in his core space into the auspicious cloud that shrouded the Dharma power. The thin water-flowing sword chain kill. Bai Jishan was caught off guard by this quick attack. However, with his skills, this remarkable power could not do anything to him. The Taishan axe in his hand used its weight to break the technique, knocking away the two flying swords in succession. The drowning sword technique was a remarkable talisman that Lu Ping had just condensed in the auspicious cloud of the Dharma power when he had captured He Xian alive. It was also one of the 4 basic remarkable powers of the boiling sky sword technique. Countless sword lights were like fish swimming in the sky. Bai Jishan felt that the space around him had suddenly become sticky. Even the flow of air had become abnormally slow. Even breathing had become abnormally difficult. Bai Jishan snorted coldly. He swung the Taishan axe in his hand at the space around him. A hole was instantly torn open in the originally sticky space, and the abnormal space around the hole immediately returned to normal. Lu Tianping, show me your real skills. Don't make a fool of yourself with such childish tricks. Bai Jishan leaped out of the hole, but he suddenly heard Lu Ping shout, "All right then, let's see what you've got." A ray of sword light whizzed down, and the countless rays of sword light that had appeared behind Bai Jishan caught up. They combined and formed a strange dragon that shook its head and swayed its tail. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of white light at Bai Jishan, who had just broken free from the drowning sword technique. Great sword technique. Bai Jishan let out a strange cry. He swung the Taishan axe in his hand, and the entire space was cleaved into 2. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the middle. Yin and Yang cleave. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. The giant axe technique that Bai Jishan had used was clearly a great natal technique. Moreover, this great natal technique was obviously a tyrannical one that focused on power and had fewer variations. The beam of white light that the strange dragon had spat out was immediately destroyed by Bai Jishan's giant axe. Then the giant axe continued to slash down. The strange dragon circled in midair, not daring to face the power of the giant axe directly. It tried to dodge, but the giant axe had no time to dodge. It was smashed into countless sword lights by the giant axe and gradually disappeared. At this time, the giant axe was finally exhausted and returned to Bai Jishan's hand. Bai Jishan had easily broken through Lu Ping's great natal technique. He was originally feeling proud of himself, but he saw that the spirit chi contained in the destroyed sword lights did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered again and formed a spirit cloud in midair. Dense spirit chi raindrops flew down from the spirit cloud and shot toward the top of Bai Jishan's head. The art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain. The giant axe in Bai Jishan's hand was of no use at this time. He saw a protective gang chi around his body, forming a huge spirit chi shield. The flying spirit chi raindrops smashed into the shield of spirit chi and created dense deep pits, but they could not pierce through the shield of spirit chi. Lu Ping had also wanted to condense the heavenly water curtain barrier that he had cultivated when he was in the blood condensation realm into a great natal technique seed. Unfortunately, he had failed in the end. Bai Jishan, on the other hand, had obviously turned the heavenly water curtain barrier into his own great natal technique. From the beginning of the battle between the two, although Bai Jishan had continuously dissolved Lu Ping's techniques, he had been passively resisting from beginning to end. He had never been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Lu Ping. This Bai Jishan had been famous for a long time. He had already entered the Dharma manifestation stage hundreds of years ago. After such a long time of accumulation, his foundation had long been unrivaled among the cultivators of the same level. Even after hearing about the story of Lu Tianping's fame, most people thought that it was just a rumor. In a barren land like the North Sea, the cultivators were originally a notch above the cultivators of the same level in the other cultivation world. It was not easy for a brilliant Lu Tianping to appear. Wouldn't he be praised to the heavens by the cultivators of the North Sea? However, they did not know that in the land of the Central Plains and the East Sea, there were countless brilliant cultivators, so they were used to it. Only in a bitter and cold place, like the North Sea, would a cultivator's rise be incomparably amazing. As for the legend that Lu Tianping had once displayed supreme magical powers, Bai Jishan scoffed at it. Even though he was deep in the Songhai sect, and Zhang Shi, who had been defeated by Lu Ping, was in the sect, Bai Jishan was not willing to put down his pride and ask for guidance. Not to mention, the Songhai sect was originally avoiding this matter, so why would they take the initiative to mention it to him? However, in this short period of time, Lu Ping had displayed two great magical powers. Bai Jishan had long withdrawn all his arrogance, and had no choice but to take the opponent in front of him seriously. However, he had already lost the initiative. Even if he tried his best to redeem himself, under the bombardment of Lu Ping's third and fourth great magical powers, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Just as Bai Jishan was about to receive the impenetrable attack from the art of clouds and summoning rain, the Taishan axe chopped down vertically for the second time. Bai Jishan used the splitting the world force, and the Taishan axe appeared around Lu Ping's body, forming a huge sail that was 1 inch deep and 2 inches long. The dripping blood did not even have a chance to fall into the sea before it was stopped by the flesh and blood that had reformed. Bai Jishan cursed inwardly. He wanted to retrieve his Taishan axe, but it was already too late. The empty space behind him suddenly rippled slightly, and Bai Jishan could no longer dodge. The netherwater sword flashed under Bai Jishan's armpit, leaving a wound that was 1 inch deep and 2 inches long on the back of Bai Jishan's arm. The dripping blood did not even have a chance to fall into the sea before it was stopped by the flesh and blood that had reformed. Lu Ping sheathed his sword and stood, smiling as he looked at Bai Jishan, who was staring at his arm. After a long time, Bai Jishan slowly raised his head to look at Lu Ping. He said, "Good technique, good magical powers. You really live up to your reputation. In the future, Lu Daoyu, if you have time, you can come to the Taishan sect of the Central Plains to travel. I will be waiting for you." After saying that, he ignored the cultivators of the Blue Sea sect, who had rushed over and disappeared into the horizon without looking back. Chapter 984. Bai Jishan's sudden departure was not only out of Lu Ping's expectations, but it also caused the expressions of the Songhai sect cultivators, who were watching the battle, to darken. Although the cultivators who were watching the battle also realized that the Songhai sect might temporarily lose the support of the Taishan sect, because of the battle between Yuan Feixiang and Wu Shihuan on the other side of the sea, no one thought too much about it. Their divine will hovered around the periphery and began to observe the battle between the two. Lu Ping naturally would not ignore the battle between these two early Dharma adepts, who represented the strongest early Dharma adepts in the cultivation world. The moment he defeated Bai Jishan, Lu Ping's figure directly ignored the unstable space created by the battle between the two. With a slash of the flying sword in his hand, he opened up a space portal and directly appeared outside the battle between the two, causing the spectating cultivators to feel both anxious and amazed. At this time, the battle between Wu Shihuan and Yuan Feixiang was nearing its climax. Both sides were evenly matched, and during the battle, they had used more than one or two great magical powers. Moreover, the scene that they used during the battle was unusually gorgeous and explosive. Lu Ping's water-based magical powers were not any weaker, but the scene was much more subdued. Even the green dragon disturbing the sea sword technique was simple and elegant, shocking in its simplicity. However, compared to that, Lu Ping's gaze was more focused on the Dharma treasures floating above Yuan Feixiang and Wu Shihuan's heads. Above Yuan Feixiang's head was a yellow-skinned gourd that was more than a foot tall. Countless lightning snakes flashed in the mouth of the gourd, causing the top of Yuan Feixiang's head to become a sea of lightning. The Thunder Seven Treasures gourd. Lu Ping was startled. It had long been said that the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash was only passed down in the Kuanfish clan and the Yuan clan. Even the Thunder Seven Treasures calabash in Lu Ping's heart space had only allowed Lu Ping to figure out the method to condense a treasure. Moreover, He had to go through the lightning tribulation, which was a dangerous method that had almost no chance of survival. However, when the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash condensed 9 treasures and reached the peak of the spirit-nurturing treasure, Lu Ping didn't know how to make the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash evolve any further. If it was any other magic treasure, it only needed to strengthen its own quality, so that the restrictions it condensed could fuse as much as possible. Then, it would go through the Thunder Tribulation to give birth to an artifact spirit and become a spirit treasure. However, the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash was different. If it rashly attracted the Thunder Tribulation, the Thunder Tribulation would definitely go berserk, turning the calabash and the cultivator into a spirit treasure. There had been cultivators who possessed the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash in the history of the cultivation world. However, all of them had died to the Thunder Tribulation without exception. Yuan Feixiang's 7 treasures Thunder Calabash had clearly condensed 9 treasures. It had reached the peak of the spirit-nurturing treasure. With one more step, it would become a spirit treasure. Above Wu Shihuan's head was a 9-storied pagoda. It was different from Kuan-Yu Laozu's 7-storied crystal pagoda, which had fallen to Lu Ping. Wu Shihuan's pagoda was a glazed pagoda. The first 6 floors shone with light. Of the last 3 floors, only the 7th floor seemed to emit a faint light. The 8th and 9th floors did not emit any light at all. The pagoda-shaped magic treasures of Water Crystal Palace were quite famous in the world of cultivation. Most of the disciples of Water Crystal Palace would use these magic treasures as their life-bound magic treasures. As a result, due to the differences in personal preferences and the materials required to forge the magic treasures, there were all sorts of strange magic treasures among the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace. However, there was one thing that all the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace had in common. The quality of the magic treasures was usually reflected in the number of floors of the tower. Moreover, if the magic treasure was used as a natal magic treasure, the cultivator's cultivation level would often affect the height of the magic treasure. After the magic treasure advanced to the level of a magic treasure, the number of floors it had condensed was usually the number of treasures. If the magic treasure was of a low quality, the number of floors it formed was usually less than 7. If the magic treasure could be raised to more than 7 floors, the cultivator would have a high chance of condensing a 7th-grade golden core after reaching the core forging stage. Kuan-Yu Laozu had undoubtedly reached the transcendence stage after condensing a 7th-grade golden core. Once a cultivator reached the Dharma plane, the first 3 floors of the tower would be lit up. As the cultivator condensed his own natural power, the tower would also be lit up. Every time he condensed a natural power, he would be able to light up an additional floor of the tower. Wu Shihuan's natural power had already lit up 6 floors of the tower, which meant that he had condensed at least 3 natural great powers. Additionally, every time a life-bound ability was successfully condensed to light up the pavilion, the power of the life-bound ability would be greatly enhanced due to the tower-shaped magic treasure. This was also the reason why the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace preferred to use the tower-shaped magic treasure as their life-bound magic treasure, despite their seemingly monotonous appearance. At the same time, it was also a major characteristic of Water Crystal Palace that dominated the world of cultivation. But in order to light up the 7th floor and above, the cultivator would need to condense a peerless skill. Lu Ping cast the 3 pure true pupils and saw a faint light coming out from the 7th floor of Wu Shihuan's glazed pagoda. He was surprised and thought that even if Wu Shihuan hadn't condensed a peerless skill yet, it wouldn't be long before he did. Yuan Feixiang's thundercloud sea rushed towards Wu Shihuan from midair, but when it came within 100 feet of Wu Shihuan, it was suppressed by the lapis lazuli tower. The closer it was to the lapis lazuli tower, the stronger the suppression. The 2 Dharma idols were fighting in the sky, but there were still several magic treasures flying below, stirring up the surrounding space. Lu Ping had always prided himself on his wealth. Usually, when he fought with others, he already had a few spirit-raising mystic treasures. But now, he finally met 2 people who were as good as him in terms of both quantity and quality. The lightning sword, the thunder drum, and the Wind Thunder Fan. Each of Yuan Feixiang's spirit-nurturing mystic treasures had at least 8 enchantments. And if Lu Ping's 3 pure true eyes were not mistaken, the layer of purple lightning around Yuan Feixiang was also a spirit-nurturing mystic treasure. On the other side, Wu Shihuan also had the crystal whip, the glaze bowl, and the multicolored flute to fight against Yuan's flying magic treasure. Wu Shihuan also had a spirit-nurturing magic treasure that was shining brightly. Although the battle between the two had reached a climax, and their respective methods were gradually being used, Lu Ping's appearance still attracted the attention of the two. Wu Shihuan immediately reached out to the glazed pagoda above his head. The first floor of the glazed pagoda suddenly lit up. Lu Ping was shocked. Supreme magic power. Could it be that Wu Shihuan was hiding his strength? On the other side, Yuan also pointed the mouth of the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash in Wu Shihuan's direction. A small golden lightning began to expand and contract at the mouth of the calabash. Gradually, it condensed into a small golden sword. Lu Ping could clearly sense the power within the golden sword. It was also at the level of a supreme magic power. This made Lu Ping feel very emotional. He had originally thought that being able to condense a supreme magic power when he had advanced to the early Dharma stage was already very rare in the world of practice. It was even possible that he was the one and only. However, when Lu Ping saw Yuan's flying magic power and Wu Shihuan's use of supreme magic power, the sense of superiority in his heart had long been destroyed. All that was left was self-mockery of his own narrow-mindedness. A spark flew out from the 7th floor of the glazed pagoda. The 7 Thunder Treasures calabash shook, and a small golden sword also shot out from the mouth of the calabash. At this time Lu Ping suddenly understood. It turned out that these 2 supreme magic powers were not completely formed by Yuan's flying magic power and Wu Shihuan's own understanding of their own practice. Instead, they had relied on external forces. That spark was at least a mid-grade heaven-level spiritual fire. Furthermore, it had to go through some of the magical effects of the glazed pagoda itself, as well as Wu Shihuan's basic natal great powers that he had already condensed. Only then could it finally be forcibly condensed into a supreme magic power. As for Yuan's flying golden sword, it also had to rely on the basic natal great powers that he had condensed. With the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash as a medium, and the small golden sword as a carrier, it could finally unleash the power of the supreme magic power. Although these 2 people were only one step away from attaining the natal great powers, they actually had not truly achieved the supreme magic power. After clearly seeing the strength of these 2 people, Lu Ping could not help but let out a sigh of relief. In the sky, the spark had already swept across half the sky. The raging sea of fire seemed to burn through the entire sky, and the small golden sword had become indomitable. When the sword slashed down, it had the power to split the mountains and split the seas. The 2 collided with a loud bang, and it was as if the world had lost all sound. Lu Ping was shocked, and he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Suddenly, Yuan's flying and Wu Shihuan turned around and smiled at Lu Ping. The 2 of them changed their hand signs, and the 2 supreme magic powers that were originally entangled suddenly changed direction. The remaining power of the 2 supreme magic powers both greeted Lu Ping. "Brother Lu, you have been standing on the side for a long time. Don't you feel lonely? I have long heard that Brother Lu can also use supreme magic powers. Don't let the 2 of us come from afar only to return disappointed." These 2 people had actually planned this. Lu Ping was not afraid at all. He laughed and said, "Fighting with the 2 of you is also a great thing in my life." After saying that, a pair of flying swords rose behind him. The thin water-flowing sword crossed each other, forming a huge whirlpool of sword light in front of Lu Ping. The huge weather directly affected a radius of 30 miles around him. Although the 2 supreme magic powers had been greatly weakened due to fighting each other, when they suddenly joined hands to attack, the power they displayed could only be stronger than ordinary supreme magic powers. However, the supreme magic power created by Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers sword art was formed from the condensation of 6 basic sword arts. Its power potential was extremely rare even among supreme magic powers. The whirlpool formed by the hundreds of thousands of sword lights from the two swords collided with the two supreme magic powers. The entire world shook and countless thunder clouds in the sky were pushed back dozens of miles, forming an enormous cloud ring in midair. A tsunami dozens of meters tall rose out of nowhere and rampaged on the surface of the sea. The cultivators on Frost Island all cried out in shock. The center of Frost Island, where the Ice Palace was located, was the center of the island's great protective formation. The few Laozu who were proficient in formations hurriedly unleashed the power of the great protective formation to its greatest extent, and only then did they barely manage to block the dozens of waves that were crashing towards Frost Island. However, 6 or 7 of the top-grade spirit stones embedded in the formation disk had been turned to dust, not to mention the other high-grade spirit stones. The few Laozu trembled in pain. Chapter 985. Although these two supreme divine abilities were only formed by the two of them, using external forces to forcefully combine their basic great divine abilities, their power might not be too different from a true supreme divine ability. However, as someone who had already achieved a supreme divine ability, Lu Ping was naturally able to clearly sense the difference between the two. Just like now, even though the two of them had suddenly joined forces to attack Lu Ping, even though the combined power of these two supreme divine abilities was even more powerful than ordinary supreme divine abilities, Lu Ping was able to quickly cast the Sea of All Rivers sword technique through the thin water ever-flowing sword in an extremely short period of time. Compared to the supreme divine abilities that were cast with external forces, Lu Ping had less time to prepare. Although this time was very short, in a battle between experts, victory and defeat was often decided by a hair's breadth. Moreover, the supreme divine abilities that Lu Ping had condensed from 6 great divine abilities were originally more powerful than those that were condensed from 3 or 4 basic divine abilities. It was precisely because of this lack of time to prepare that Lu Ping's Sea of All Rivers sword technique was able to block the two's joint attacks in time and completely annihilate them. However, Lu Ping was also pushed 5.5 miles away by the tremendous power produced when the two attacks collided with Lu Ping's technique. Seeing that Lu Ping was able to withstand their supreme divine abilities unscathed, an inexplicable look of shock flashed across their faces. But still they looked at Yuan Feixiang and said with a smile, "Brother Lu is really good. But I wonder what medium did Brother Lu use to condense the supreme divine abilities?" However, before Yuan Feixiang could get an answer from Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping's loud shout, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. The two of you take this move from me as well." Crack! As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, a blue bolt of lightning in the sky had already struck down towards Wu Shihuan's head. Wu Shihuan's expression changed, and the surface of his treasured clothes flashed with rays of mysterious light. Layer after layer of protective shields formed and began to expand outwards. Spirit treasure. Lu Ping's gaze at Wu Shihuan immediately narrowed. In water divine thunder? No one was more familiar with thunder techniques than Yuan Feixiang. The exclamation of surprise stopped abruptly. Yuan Feixiang's expression changed slightly, and the purple thunderclouds around her suddenly exploded with a series of explosions. As soon as the water divine sword missed, it immediately disappeared into the air, while the thunderclouds around Yuan Feixiang thinned by nearly half. Invisible sword technique. Is this the invisible sword technique that was famous in the cultivation world of Failing Sect? It really is amazing. Wu Shihuan had a spirit treasure in hand. Although Lu Ping's Yin Water Divine Lightning was powerful and unexpected, it paled in comparison to Wu Shihuan's spirit treasure. Although the Yin Water Divine Lightning broke through 12 layers of the protective barrier, it was powerless against the remaining 6 layers. It could only slowly dissipate into the air. And because Wu Shihuan had the protection of the spirit treasure, he had the time to see the scene of Lu Ping using the invisible sword technique to attack Yuan Fei. However, when he turned his head and saw that the protective shield of the treasure robe, which was a spirit treasure, had been penetrated by 2/3 by Lu Ping's great magical power, his smile slowly froze on his face. The same was true for Yuan Feixiang. The shapeless sword incantation's indefensible means made him secretly fearful. If he had to defend himself with all his might, then it would be fine. But which cultivator would always put all their focus on defending against this seemingly omnipresent shapeless sword? Lu Ping took a deep look at the layer of purple lightning mist that lingered around Yuan's body. Then, in front of the two of them, he stretched out his hand and recalled the nether water sword from the air. Only then did he smile and say, "The two of you are very powerful. This Lu greatly admires you." Seeing that Lu Ping had recalled the nether water sword, Yuan Feixiang's expression seemed to relax. He smiled and said, "Brother Lu must be joking. Brother Lu's strength is not inferior to ours. The power of that supreme sword technique and magical power just now was even more amazing." Wu Shihuan said straightforwardly, "The reason why I came to the North Sea this time, other than to investigate the cause of Kuan Yu's death, is similar to Bai Jishan's. I wanted to see how amazing the North Sea Sword Immortal really is. Today, I have seen that the North Sea Sword Immortal truly lives up to her name." In fact, whether it was Bai Jishan Wu Shihuan, or even Yuan Feixiang, when they heard the name of the North Sea Sword Immortal, they more or less snorted disdainfully, thinking that it was just a shortcut. Wu Shihuan and Bai Jishan kept saying that they wanted to come to the North Sea to see the North Sea Sword Immortal, but their original intention was to teach the North Sea Sword Immortal a lesson. At this time, Yuan Feixiang said, "I haven't seen Brother Bai appear. It seems that he has been defeated by Brother Lu. Brother Bai has always been arrogant. If Brother Lu doesn't go to the Central Plains this time, then so be it. But if you do, please be careful." Lu Ping did not expect that Bai Jishan, a disciple of a large sect, would have such a reputation. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, "In that case, many thanks to Brother Yuan." Yuan Feixiang said with a smile, "This is just a small matter. Even if I don't remind you, if Brother Lu is traveling in the Central Plains, you will also know this news. But what bothers me is that when Brother Lu and your sect's Tianqin Laozu fell in the secret land, they disguised themselves and deceived many of the practitioners of my Yuan family. Back in the secret land, Lu Ping not only disguised himself as a Dharma adept to deceive many practitioners of the Yuan family, but also assassinated Shang Guanhao, who followed Yuan Feixiang. For this reason, Lu Ping secretly fought with Yuan Feixiang, letting Lu Ping see for the first time the realm of the top practitioners of the Central Plains. At the same time, it also let Lu Ping discover the secret of advancing the Seven Thunder Gem Gourd. Lu Ping laughed and said, "That day, in order to take advantage of your family, I had no choice but to do this. Please forgive me, Brother Yuan." The battle between the three could be said to let the high-level practitioners of the whole North Sea see the true strength of the experts of the same level. And it also deeply hurt the pride in the hearts of the North Sea Laozu. No wonder the whole cultivation world thought of the word weak when talking about the North Sea. Compared with the other cultivation worlds, the practitioners of the same level in the North Sea cultivation world were a notch lower. It was not that there were no weak people in the North Sea, but there were too few people like Jiang Tianlin, Zhang Shi, and Lu Tianping. And it was not that there were no weak people in the other cultivation worlds, but the heirs of the major sects had always been inherited, and the talents were flourishing. When the three returned to the Ice Palace, the Laozu of the North Sea sects were all solemn, and the faces of the Laozu of the Zhonghai sect could only be described as ugly. No one thought that the Zhonghai sect would have such a strong start but weak finish. At the last moment, Bai Jishan just turned around and left because he was defeated by Lu Ping, which made the North Sea sects a little puzzled. The Laozu of the various sects were all silent in the Ice Palace. It was Wu Shihuan who snorted coldly and said in the direction of the Zhonghai sect, "Regarding the appearance of a mind seeker in your sect, I will report to the palace. The Crystal Palace would like to see to what extent the Taishan sect can support your Zhonghai sect." As soon as Wu Shihuan finished speaking, Laozu Daoxian, who was at the side, immediately said, "The Zhonghai sect was too greedy before, and the suggestion they made was really ridiculous." Lu Tianling Laozu immediately made an excuse. "Senior Daoxian is right. At this time, the two mid-Dharma adepts of the Haiyan sect and the Shuiyan Pavilion also expressed their opinions. We agree with fellow Daoxian and leader Lu. 4 of the 5 strongest sects in the North Sea had joined forces to oppose, and the Songhai sect's plan had become a bubble. Dongyi Laozu's face was as dark as water, and he said, "If that's the case, Jinling Lu Tianping, please remove the seal on my nephew He." Lu Tianling's expression changed and he sneered. "Senior Dongyi, you have a good plan. You failed to take our sect's mine, and you were caught in the act. Not only did you bring him back without saying a word, but you also want our sect's disciple to remove the seal on him. How can there be such an easy thing in the world?" At this time Guo Tianshan, who was behind Lu Tianling, also said angrily, "That's right. If this goes on, in the future, if someone invades our sect's property again and kills our cultivators, should we send these cultivators back to their own sects? Do you really think our sect is a pushover?" The cultivators of the various sects cursed in their hearts. Who in the North Sea would dare to treat Jinling as a pushover? It was obvious that Jinling and the Songhai sect were scheming against each other. Unfortunately, Jinling was a bit more skilled, and the Songhai sect was the one that got the upper hand. Now they couldn't refute it. Dongyi Laozu's expression changed, and his lips moved, as if he was discussing something with the other Songhai sect cultivators beside him. After a while he said, "Our sects don't need to talk in riddles. What does your sect want? Just state your conditions." Lu Tianling glanced at Tianfan and Tianxue, the 2 Laozu, who hadn't spoken since they came to the Ice Palace. As if he had gotten some confirmation, he said, "Your sect's share of spirit stones should be the same as Haiyan sect and Shuiyan Pavilion." Many cultivators of the Songhai sect immediately showed anger, but Lu Tianling's expression didn't change. He said, "Whether it's allowed or not, it's all up to your sect." After a pause, Lu Tianling Laozu said, "Your sect must give us an explanation." Dongyi Laozu's face turned green and red. He wanted to refuse several times, but in the end he still said dejectedly, "Your sect is a bit more skilled. Taoist Lu Tianping, please let go of my martial nephew He." This was admitting defeat in front of Laozu and Jinling's conditions. Lu Tianling signaled to Lu Ping, and Lu Ping smiled. Streams of water seeped out of He Xian's body and gathered on the ground to form a water snake-like stream. It wriggled toward Lu Ping and disappeared into Lu Ping's shoes. He Xian, who was originally unconscious, was like a drowning person who was suddenly punched in the chest. His body suddenly shook, and he spat out a mouthful of water. He suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground, shouting, "Lu Tianping, what kind of method is this?" His voice stopped abruptly. He Xian saw that the scene in front of him seemed to have greatly exceeded his expectations. Dongguo Laozu, who was at the side, hurriedly signaled him to sit behind him, and told He Xian everything that had happened. He Xian's expression immediately changed. He looked at Lu Ping with a complicated gaze, but the trace of fear couldn't be hidden at all. When He Xian woke up, Gang Master Zheng of the Four Seas sect suddenly stood up and said, "Fellow Taoists, the Four Seas sect currently has enough shares in Frost Island. We won't touch the Wandering Sail sect's share." Chapter 986. Sect leader Zheng's words surprised the North Sea cultivators. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at sect leader Zheng in a higher light. However, most of them looked past sect leader Zheng and at Yuan Feixiang behind him. The Four Seas sect was quite sensible. Even if the Four Seas sect was related to the Yuan family, the North Sea was remote after all. The Yuan family couldn't support the Four Seas sect against the entire North Sea forces. After all, the Four Seas sect was only supported by sect leader Zheng, an early Dharma adept. It was still far from being comparable to the many forces in the North Sea. Once the Four Seas sect gave up that 25% share, not only would the original 25% share not be broken because of the Yuan family, but the other sects in the North Sea would also not make things too difficult for the Four Seas sect in other aspects in the future. However, after sect leader Zheng gave up the share that originally belonged to the Wandering Sail sect, the other large and small forces immediately set their sights on this share. Several forces had already begun to state their reasons for getting this share, and some even tried to join forces to get this share. Unexpectedly at this time, Laozu Daoxian suddenly said to Lu Tianling, "Sect leader Lu, do you still remember the agreement between brother Tianxiang and our sect's brother Daosheng?" Tianxiang Daosheng. As soon as these two names were mentioned, all the cultivators in the Ice Palace fell silent. These were the two most powerful cultivators in the entire North Sea cultivation world. They could almost be regarded as the symbol of the North Sea cultivation world. Lu Tianling immediately understood and said, "Of course I remember. That day, Senior Daosheng and Uncle Tianxiang had an agreement that the Qiao family's share of the Spirit Stone mine would be handed over to our sect. As such, we also support your sect in controlling the Wandering Sail sect's share." Ancestor Daoxian immediately smiled from ear to ear. He said, "In that case, many thanks, sect leader Lu. Our sect wishes to obtain the Roaming Sail sect's share. With sect leader Lu's support, does anyone from the various sects have any objections?" The situation in the Ice Palace today had made it clear that the True Spirit sect and the Mystic Spirit sect were working together to suppress the Blue Sea sect and redraw the North Sea's sphere of influence. Facing these two sects' blatant reciprocation, most of the sects in the North Sea dared not say anything. However, at this time, the Liao family was anxious. The Liao family had received the support of the Lu family of Central Plains, and Liao Ruanjia himself had successfully condensed his Dharma power. This was the moment when he was full of ambition, hoping to become one of the 12 small forces of the North Sea, and gain the right to speak on Frost Island. Originally, the Qiao family, who had already lost their Dharma adept, had unexpectedly been cut off by Jinling in Central Plains. How could Liao Ruanjia be satisfied with this? It should be known that the Liao family was only able to participate in this Frost Island meeting because the two Dharma adepts of the Lu family had lured away Qing Shizhuang from the Crystal Palace. The Liao family originally did not have the right to object to the decisions of the two elders, Daosheng and Tianxiang. However, the Liao family already has a Dharma adept and has just become a small force in the North Sea. According to the rules of the North Sea, we should replace the Qiao family as one of the 12 small forces of the North Sea. Isn't it a little inappropriate to just transfer the Qiao family's share to Jinling? Liao Ruanjia thought about it a few times, but in the face of profit, he still decided to stroke Jinling's beard. Unexpectedly, as soon as Liao Ruanjia's voice faded, Ma Shifang, who was behind Wu Shihuan, was the first to laugh. "Does your Liao family think that you can do whatever you want in the overseas cultivation world, just because you have the Lu family in the Central Plains? Not to mention the death of an alchemy master of our sect at the hands of the Lu family, even the death of our sect's Qinan Junren, and the death of Xianling sect's LV Shuheng are still suspicious. How can the Liao family be qualified to be one of the 12 small forces?" Liao Ruanjia immediately shut his mouth. At this time, he had already seen clearly that not only Jinling and Xianling sect, but also the Crystal Palace had already made up their minds to punish the Liao family. Liao Ruanjia wanted to defend himself, but he was afraid that the situation would only worsen, so he could only remain silent. However, his heart was filled with hatred. After a round of debate in the Ice Palace, Jinling and Xianling sect emerged as the final winners. Jinling had 1.5 share, while Xianling sect had another 15%. On the other hand, the Blue Sea sect, which had been unusually tough before, had suffered a great loss. Not only had they been abandoned by the Xian sect for no reason, but Jinling had also captured He Xian alive and extorted 25% of the share. The North Sea sect, the second most powerful force, had fallen to the Haiyan sect and Shuiyan Pavilion. Just as the meeting of the Ice Palace was coming to an end, a Dharma adept from the Gold Sword sect finally could not hold it in any longer and said loudly, "Dare I ask all the sects? The Wandering Sail sect lost their share of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island because their Dharma adept was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, the AI Family Island's Dharma adept was also seriously injured. Why did all the sects Laozu not mention this?" When Lu Tianling heard someone mention the AI Family Island, he immediately opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw an unfamiliar early Dharma adept speaking passionately. "Oh, you look very unfamiliar. How should I address you?" Zhen Tian's face was red. When he had entered the Dharma stage, he had also held a Dharma meeting. Unfortunately, the Gold Sword sect was weak, so naturally, there were no adepts from the 9 great sections. However, the appearance of every Dharma adept was a major event that affected the entire North Sea training world. No matter how lowly Zhen Tian's background was, he would definitely not fall to the point where no one in the North Sea Dharma adepts could recognize him. Zhen Tian angrily cupped his hands at Lu Tianling and said, "I am Zhen Tian, a second-generation disciple of the Gold Sword sect. Sect leader Lu, you are too kind." After pausing for a while, Zhen Tian continued, "My Gilded Sword sect now has 3 Dharma adepts and dozens of core forging adepts. We are one of the best among the 12 small forces. My Gilded Sword sect would like to request the patriarchs of the various sects to agree to give up 25% of the AI clan's shares to my Gilded Sword sect." After Zhen Tian Laozu's speech, there was a short period of silence in the Ice Palace. Many of the adepts looked at AI Tsuani, the AI family island's Laozu, who had not expressed his opinion all this while. AI Tsuani, who had always been smiling, now had an extremely ugly expression on his face. However, he did not refute on the spot. Instead, he quietly waited for the situation to develop. AI Tsuani's seemingly weak performance encouraged Zhen Tian Laozu's momentum even more. His speech in the Ice Palace became more and more aggressive. Lu Ping looked at Zhen Tian Laozu with some pity. He wondered how Zhen Tian would feel when he found out that the AI family island was also backed by a force from the Middle Earth. Moreover, it was the Heavenly Moon sect that was able to stop the Crystal Palace from expanding into the Middle Earth for thousands of years. Speaking of the AI family island, Lu Ping thought of AI Shuyao, who was a woman disguised as a man. Back then, the two of them had worked together several times in the 7-star grotto heaven. But after that, there was no news of her in the North Sea. However, her big brother, AI Buitao, had become famous in the North Sea. He was a famous late core forging adept among the 3rd generation of adepts. Lu Tianling Laozu ignored Zhen Tian Laozu's impassioned speech. Instead, he smiled at AI Tsuani Laozu and asked, "Mr. AI's injury was left on Frost Island, right? Is it better now?" AI Tsuani hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader Lu. The old man's injury has recovered a lot." At this time, Laozu from Linggu sect suddenly said, "Sect leader Lu is right. The injury on Mr. AI's body was caused by Blood Azura's sneak attack during the battle on Frost Island. Mr. AI contributed to the final preservation of the Frost Island's mineral vein. If we deny the AI family island's share of spirit stones, wouldn't it be disappointing? Then, who would work to protect Frost Island in the future?" Sanming Laozu from Chongming sect also echoed, "That's right. The share of the AI family island cannot be reduced." Zhen Tian Laozu from the Gilt Sword sect was naturally unconvinced, and the two sides started a war of words again. Lu Ping, who was watching from the side, understood that what Lu Tianling had said before was probably because of the Heavenly Moon sect behind the AI family island. However, the Linggu sect and Chongming sect were not because of the Heavenly Moon sect, but because the rise of the Gilt Sword sect had threatened their position in the North Sea. Among the 9 great sects of the North Sea, the Jade Sword sect, Feiyu sect, Chongming sect, and Linggu sect were ranked at the bottom. Among the 4 sects, the number of Dharma adepts did not exceed 5, and there was only 1 mid-Dharma adept. Strictly speaking, these 4 sects could not even be counted as mid-sized forces in other cultivation worlds. Only in the North Sea could they be recognized as the 9 great sects. In fact, among the Chongming sect and Linggu sect, there were only 4 Dharma adepts each. Now that the Gilt Sword sect suddenly had 3 Dharma adepts, these 2 sects felt that their positions were being threatened. Hence, the Dharma adepts of these 2 sects could not wait to join forces and start to suppress the Gilt Sword sect. There was another more important reason, and that was that up until now, none of the 2nd-generation disciples of these 4 sects had been promoted to Dharma adepts. However, The Gilt Sword sect had sent out a second-generation disciple like Zhentian Laozu. This inadvertently gave the North Sea cultivation world the wrong impression that the Jade Sword sect, Feiyu sect, Chongming sect, and Linggu sect had no successors. Although the Gilt Sword sect did not have a mid-Dharma adept, the second-generation disciples were slowly rising, and in the future, they would definitely surpass these four sections. Under the strong suppression of these four sects, the Gilt Sword sect could only angrily accept the result of their defeat. However, looking at Zhentian Laozu's attitude, even if they failed, they would probably use other methods to make up for their losses. However, this was not something that the various sects in the Ice Palace cultivators were worried about, even though from Lu Ping's point of view, the Gilt Sword sect was most likely going to be badly beaten. The meeting of the Ice Palace came to an end amidst all sorts of accidents and arguments. The Songhai sect was the first to leave, followed closely by the Gilt Sword sect's disciples. Liao Ruanjia even quietly disappeared. The remaining forces could only watch as Jinling and Xianling sect returned with a full load. The teleporter in front of the Jinling Palace, Guo Tianshan and Laozu would continue to stay and guard Frost Island. Lu Tianling, Tian Fan, Tian Shui, and Lu Ping were about to leave, but unexpectedly, the teleporter suddenly flashed. A cultivator from Jinling was rushing to Frost Island. Lu Tianling and the others could only wait for this person to be teleported before using the teleporter. Unexpectedly, when the light faded, the person who appeared on the teleporter was Zhong Jian. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Senior brother Zhong, why are you here?" Zhong Jian came out of the teleporter and was stunned to see Laozu standing in front of the teleporter. He only reacted after hearing Lu Ping's question and said, "Disciple was just about to look for senior uncles and senior grand aunts. There's a problem with the mineral vein that was just taken back from the Songhai sect. Senior grand auntie Tian Xiang, senior grand auntie Tian Jiang, and senior grand auntie Tian Cheng have already been sent to the Middle Earth to replace senior grand auntie Tian Qin. He also told me to inform sect master that after the matter on Frost Island is over, senior grand auntie Tian Fan and senior grand auntie Tian Shui will be guarding Sky Spirit Mountain. Sect master and junior brother Lu should also hurry over as soon as possible." Chapter 987. Zhong Jian's news shocked all the Jinling Laozu present, but Lu Ping noticed something from Zhong Jian's words. His heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Master Tianjiang and Master Tianlu, together with Uncle Master Tian Cheng and Tian Qin, could it be that they discovered a group of volcanoes in the Northwest Sea? Tianjiang, Tianlu, Tian Cheng and Tian Qin, the four Laozu were the practitioners of Jinling who were most proficient in fire. If Lu Ping, the master alchemist, was added, then all the masters of fire in Jinling would be gathered together. Other than the group of volcanoes, Lu Ping really could not think of any other reason for Laozu's celestial phenomenon to come personally and gather so many Dharma adepts of the sect." Lu Ping's words made many of the Laozu present excited. Zhong Jian looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "Junior Lu is right, but it is not a group of volcanoes." Spiritual Master Xianwei deduced that there is a fire vein hidden under the sea based on the direction of that branch, and reported it to the sect. Because the sect leader was dealing with Frost Island, Uncle Master Tian Shu did not dare to act on his own, so he reported it to Uncle Master Celestial Phenomenon. When Lu Ping heard that it was only Spiritual Master Xuanwei's speculation, the excitement on his face immediately faded a little. He said, "Just because of Senior Xuanwei's speculation, even Uncle Master Celestial Phenomenon was alerted?" Lu Tianling Laozu said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Since it was Uncle Master Celestial Phenomenon who summoned us, even if we go for nothing, we have to go." Lu Ping nodded. Although Lu Ping still had some doubts about Spiritual Master Xuanwei's methods, now was obviously not the time to talk about this. Thus, he began to insert spirit stones into the teleportation portal and prepared to activate it. Zhong Jian explained, "Senior Xianwei has already found and opened a fire vein along the branch, and when he opened it, He also subdued a high-grade mystic level heaven and earth spirit fire. It is because of this heaven and earth spirit fire that Uncle Master Celestial Phenomenon finally decided to summon Laozu to the Northwest Sea secretly. Hearing that a heaven and earth spirit fire had already appeared in the fire vein, many Laozu sect members couldn't help but feel a lot more anxious. Lu Tianling thought for a moment, then turned to Tianshui Laozu behind him and said, "Uncle Master, Tianling Mountain still needs the two of you to hold the fort. After the two of you return to the sect, you can choose some outstanding alchemists, blacksmiths, and core forging realm cultivators who practice fire attribute cultivation techniques. If this fire vein is only one, then it's fine. However, if it really leads to a group of underwater volcanoes, it's hard to say when the time comes. All the sects will fight over it." Tianshui Laozu nodded. "You guys go ahead. All the sect's affairs will be handled by me and your Uncle Master Tian Fan." After the teleportation array flickered, everyone arrived at Floating Island. Mayu had been waiting anxiously for a long time. When he saw Lu Tianling, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Master, just now Daoist Xianwei sent a message. Tian Xiang, Tian Jiang, Tian Lu, and Tian Sheng, the 4 Laozu sect members, brought him along to explore the fire vein. From the looks of it, the size of the underground fire vein is far beyond everyone's imagination. Tian Xiang, Laozu sect member, urged him to rush there as soon as he sees you. At the same time, prepare to gather all the disciples who practice fire attribute cultivation techniques." Lu Ping couldn't help but admire his teacher's thoroughness. Lu Tianling passed a jade tablet to Ma Yu and said, "Take this jade tablet back to Tianling Mountain and meet Tianshui Laozu. Tell her to gather all the disciples who practice fire attribute cultivation techniques as soon as possible." When Lu Ping and his teacher left Floating Island, he saw his teacher release a mid-stage core forging wind wand. He leaped onto the wind wand's back and flew towards the Northwest Sea region. When Lu Ping saw this, he also released Lu Qiner. Standing on the green wand's back, Lu Qiner, who was already late-stage core forging realm, raised his head and let out a long cry. With a few flaps of his wings, he caught up with Lu Tianling and Laozu's wind wand. Lu Ping also recognized this wind wand. It had once transformed into an old man in the palace of Chonghua. It often did things like cleaning and gardening. When Lu Ping first saw it, Lu Qiner was still a little bird that had yet to transform. Lu Tianling saw that Lu Ping's green wand was always half a body's length behind his mount, so he moved his feet and stood on Lu Qiner's back with Lu Ping. At the same time, he put away his own mount. Lu Qiner let out a long cry. There was a hint of excitement in his expression, as if he was very excited to be able to use his flying talent to the extreme. He flapped his wings, and the surrounding white clouds quickly disappeared behind the two of them. In a short moment, they were tens of miles away. Lu Tianling Laozu looked at Lu Qiner under his feet and suddenly asked, "In the future, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the Fire Luang clan, right?" Lu Ping was startled. It seemed that his teacher knew a lot about the direct descendants of the top-level monsters. So he said, "Yes, disciple will try to go to the East Sea before Lu Qiner enters the Dharma realm." Lu Tianling Laozu nodded and said, "It's best if it's before she condenses her gold core and enters the late core forging stage." When the two of them arrived at the sea where the branch of the mineral vein was located, the situation here made Lu Ping and Lu Tianling Laozu frown. With the support of Tian Xiang Laozu and the others, Daoist Xianwei boldly opened a hidden fire vein. However, the size of this fire vein and the other fire veins behind it were obviously beyond everyone's expectations. The strong earthquake was instantly felt by more than 100 miles around. In the middle of the mixed mineral vein that was jointly mined by the various sects in the North Sea, the cultivators who were mining the spirit materials felt it especially clearly, so dozens of cultivators from various sects rushed in the direction of the earthquake to check it out. However, when they arrived, the seawater in this area had already begun to heat up. Steaming water vapor rose from the surface of the sea, shrouding the sea in a thick mist. Moreover, there was a layer of red fire poison condensed in this mist. After this group of cultivators arrived, A few of the bolder ones rushed into the mist first. On the same day, they were poisoned by the fire poison, and their whole body became hot. The moisture in their body began to leak out, and their whole body looked abnormally withered. Fortunately, these people didn't go far into the mist, and the cultivators behind them hurriedly dragged these unconscious cultivators out. At this time, Lu Ping and Lu Tianling just happened to arrive at this time. When Lu Ping and Lu Tianling saw the situation in front of them, they guessed that what happened here couldn't be hidden anymore. Even if they captured these 20 to 30 cultivators, at most, they would only be able to delay the reaction time of the various sects in the North Sea. Among these 20 or so cultivators, there were obviously a few from Jinling's sect. When they saw the sect leader Lu Tianling and Sword Immortal of Water Lu Tianping and Laozu together, they were immediately overjoyed. They hurriedly went forward and saluted. Then, one of the cultivators turned to Lu Ping and said, "Martial Uncle Tianling, Junior Kai Zishu just mistakenly entered the poisonous mist, and now his life is in danger. Martial Uncle, please save him." When the disciples from other sects heard that the people in front of them were actually the sect leader of Jinling and Lu Tianping and Laozu, they were immediately as quiet as cicadas in winter. However, when they heard the request of this Jinling disciple, a few of the bolder cultivators also tried to say, "Senior Tianling, please save my senior brother. He is also poisoned by the fire poison." "Tianling Laozu, please save my junior brother." "Senior Tianling." Lu Ping glanced at the teacher next to him. Seeing Lu Tianling nod slightly, Lu Ping understood and went forward to check on the unconscious fourth-generation disciple of Jinling, Kai Zishu. He couldn't help but frown. When the Jinling cultivator saw Lu Ping's expression, his heart suddenly jumped and he said, "Martial Uncle, can Junior Kai be saved?" Lu Ping reached out and pointed at the unconscious Kai Zishu's forehead. A bluish-purple true yuan seeped from his fingertip into Kai Zishu's forehead, and then spread throughout his body. After a while, the true yuan that had spread throughout his body began to gather at his forehead again. Then, along with a trace of red, it gathered at Lu Ping's fingertip. Finally Lu Ping took it back. Kai Zishu, who was originally haggard and burning hot, was like a withered tree that had been given a new lease of life. His dried skin recovered, and his red face gradually returned to normal. Then, Kai Zishu suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. While looking around he said, "Be careful, this fog is poisonous." The Jinling cultivator from before quickly reminded, "Junior Kai, the sect leader and martial Uncle Tianling are here." At this time, Kai Zishu also saw Lu Tianling and Lu Ping. After hearing his senior brother's reminder, he immediately realized that he had been saved by the sect leader and Lu Tianping Laozu. So he quickly bowed and thanked them. When the cultivators from the other sects saw that Lu Ping had saved the dying Kai Zishu, they didn't have time to marvel at Lu Ping's heaven-defying methods. They hurriedly begged Lu Ping to save the poisoned cultivators from the other sections. Lu Ping looked at the 20 or so people and said slowly, "In fact, all of you have been poisoned by the fire poison. Although you can't detect it now, it's only because everyone has different levels of poison. If you want to be cured, you only need to swallow these 2 bottles of pills." With that, Lu Ping threw the 2 bottles of pills into the hands of the Jinling cultivator from before. The cultivator didn't even think about it. After opening the jade bottle, he directly stuffed a pill into his mouth, and then stuffed the jade bottle into another cultivator's mouth. The cultivator hesitated for a moment. When he saw that the Jinling disciple who handed him the jade bottle had a happy expression on his face, he immediately floated on the surface of the sea and began to meditate to refine it. Then he also poured out a pill and swallowed it. Although the other cultivators were still hesitant, under Lu Ping's cold gaze, they didn't hold on for long. They all swallowed the pills and began to circulate their spells to speed up the refining process. After refining, a few people first stuffed the pills into the mouths of a few unconscious cultivators, and then swallowed them. Only Kai Zishu was still standing on the surface of the sea. Lu Ping pushed the Jinling disciple, who was refining the pill. The disciple who had fallen into silence because of refining the pill suddenly woke up and heard Lu Ping ask, "What's your name?" The 4th-generation Jinling disciple quickly said, I'm Su Ziqin, a disciple of Master Xianjian. Xianjian was Zhong Jian. He didn't expect him to be Zhong Jian's disciple. So Lu Ping looked at Kai Zishu. Kai Zishu was smart and knew that this was a chance to show his face. So he quickly said, I'm a disciple of Master Xianlei. Lu Ping smiled and said, they're all acquaintances. The two of you take these disciples away from this sea area and find a place to hide them. They won't wake up for 3 days. The two of you have to ensure that they won't be found by others for 3 days. This will be a credit. When the time comes, just go to Huangli Island and ask for 2 good treasures from Lu Debao. Chapter 988. Kai Zishu and Su Ziqin were overjoyed to hear this. Huangli Island's auction had become a very influential event for Jinling, targeting individual practitioners from the North Sea. Every time it was held, it brought Jinling and Lu Ping a lot of income. With the rise of Huangli Island's auction, Zhenren Debao's fame also grew, especially after Lu Ping had advanced to become a Dharma adept. As the first follower of Lu Tianping Laozu, Debao's status in Jinling and the world of practitioners naturally grew. As the leader of Huangli Island's auction, Zhenren Debao's treasures were innumerable to Jinling's practitioners below the core forging stage. There were even rumors that the treasures that Lu Tianping Laozu, who was known as the treasure boy, had no use for, were most likely in Zhenren Debao's hands. There was once a disciple who was a practitioner of formations, because he had put forward a rather meaningful opinion on formations, which earned him the appreciation of Jinling's formation master, Lu Tianping Laozu's cultivation partner, Zhenren Silver Fox. Thus, he was taken to Huangli Island to choose a treasure from Zhenren Debao. In the end, he chose a piece of Millennium Lightning-struck wood. Although the 1,000 Years Thunderstruck wood was not as good as the 1,000 Years Thunderstruck Peach wood, which could be used as a top-grade spiritual material for a formation master's natal array disc, it was still an extremely rare treasure for a formation master to cultivate their natal array disc. Countless Zhenling sect formation cultivators were envious of it. Seeing the two people happily take away the silent disciples from the various sects, Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, looks like we can't hide the news any longer. We can only try to buy as much time as possible. Lu Tianling Laozu also said, that's the only way. However, I'm afraid that this method will be criticized by others in the future. After all, you're a dignified Dharma Laozu now, yet you're scheming against these insignificant minor repairs. It's not good for your reputation. Lu Ping smiled and said, teacher, you're worrying too much. Disciples' medicinal pellet isn't an ordinary bewilderment pellet. It's called the Dream Awakening pellet. Although it made them lose their consciousness, it's still very beneficial to their cultivation. Lu Tianling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a muffled sound that sounded like an explosion coming from the bottom of the sea. The master and disciples' expressions became solemn, and they immediately cast all of their divine sense into the nearby sea. After a while, the two of them dived into the mist and charged in 2 different directions. On the surface of the sea 5 kilometers away from where the two of them had parted ways, the surging seawater seemed to be boiling as heat waves surged upwards. Just as Lu Ping arrived, he saw a blurry light in the depths of the sea suddenly become brighter and brighter, and the heat waves rising from the surface of the sea also became more and more oppressive. Lu Ping was startled. It seemed that his luck was pretty good. The light rising from the surface of the sea should be a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and judging from its power, it should be at least an earth-rank spiritual fire. Just as Lu Ping's thoughts fell, the seawater within a radius of 10 meters from Lu Ping suddenly evaporated, forming a 3 feet deep bowl-like pit. A bright golden flame burned in the center of the pit. Earth-rank low-grade golden gilded flame. This kind of flame was abnormally violent, and it was not suitable for alchemy or forging. However, it was the favorite of some cultivators who pursued the explosive ability of the fire attribute. There were even some cultivators who practiced fire attribute cultivation methods, who would rather give up their earth-ranked middle-grade spiritual fire for this golden gilded flame. The 3 feet deep pit on the surface of the sea that was instantly evaporated was quickly filled up, and the seawater that crowded in from all directions took the opportunity to push the golden gilded flame into the air. Lu Ping took the opportunity to clench his hand, and a giant hand formed from seawater also clenched, grabbing the golden gilded flame that was thrown into the air. The golden gilded flame was abnormally intelligent, and it seemed to feel the danger. Instantly, the flame rose, and the endless heat roasted the giant hand until water vapor shot out in all directions, and the giant hand quickly shrank. However, Lu Ping only blew a breath of air, and the sea beneath his feet began to continuously replenish the seawater into the giant hand, maintaining the giant hand to trap the flame in the palm. With Lu Ping's strength, it was naturally very easy for him to subdue this earth-rank spiritual fire. However, this golden gilded flame's spirituality had exploded, and if the cultivator's strength was slightly lacking, they would rather explode and disperse their spirituality than be captured by others. Therefore, Lu Ping had no choice but to be overly cautious. The endless seawater continued to wear down the power of the flame until the power of the spiritual fire had completely dissipated, leaving only a fist-sized flame. Only then did Lu Ping take out a spirit sealing box and store the spiritual fire inside. As long as the spirituality of the spiritual fire was not lost, the lost power could be nourished and restored by the cultivator's true essence, or spiritual qi. This was also a common method used by cultivators to safely subdue spiritual qi. Just as Lu Ping sealed the golden gilded flame in the spirit sealing box, Lu Tianling Laozu had already subdued a mystic low-grade spiritual fire that had escaped from the other side of the sea, and he hurried over to meet up with Lu Ping. Hearing that Lu Ping had actually subdued a golden gilded flame, even Lu Tianling Laozu, who was the head of Jinling sect, who was used to seeing many rare treasures, had his eyes lit up. He said, "This spiritual fire can create a good seedling for practicing fire attribute cultivation methods." Lu Ping nodded. Then he hesitated and asked, "Teacher, should I purify the poisonous fire mist on the surface of the sea? If our sect's cultivators were to come here, I'm afraid they would be poisoned by the poison with their cultivation bases. Don't restrain the fire poison mist for now." Lu Tianling and Laozu were hesitating, but Tianxiang Laozu had already appeared on the sea and said to the two of them. Tianxiang Laozu had obviously followed the two spiritual fires that had escaped from the bottom of the sea, and coincidentally heard the conversation between Lu Ping and his teacher. Tianxiang Laozu waved his hand, stopping the two of them from saluting, and said, "The situation down there seems to be more complicated than what we expected. The fire vein that we discovered was only an insignificant part of a huge underwater volcano chain. But when we were exploring it just now, it triggered the entire volcano chain. Now the entire underwater volcano chain is on the verge of erupting, and it is rising rapidly. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 days at most, it will rush out of the sea. At that time, it may form a huge volcano chain, and this place will soon become a world of fire." Lu Tianling and Lu Ping were stunned by Tianxiang Laozu's words. Was the appearance of a huge volcano chain just because of an insignificant fire vein? Tianxiang Laozu seemed to have seen through their doubts, but he didn't explain too much. Instead, he said, "Come down with me to take a look at this fire vein. Right now, Tianjiang, Tianlu, and Tiancheng are doing their best to prevent the fire vein from triggering the entire underwater volcano chain. But I don't think they can hold on for long. When the volcano erupts, it will definitely attract the cultivators of the North Sea, so our sect can only try to get as many benefits as possible before the volcano erupts." As the three of them dived down, Lu Tianling asked curiously, "It seems that several spiritual fires of heaven and earth escaped at the same time. Otherwise, with Martial Uncle's power, he shouldn't have let 2 spiritual fires escape from the sea." Speaking of gains, even Tianxiang Laozu was a little excited. He said, "Previously, when I heard that Xian Wei found a fire vein and obtained a spiritual fire, I gathered a few people and rushed over. After that, I followed the fire vein and found 2 profound rank spiritual fires. I originally thought that this fire vein only had this much potential, but unexpectedly, it triggered the entire volcanic area. Not only did it cause the entire earth vein to become unstable, it also shook out the 4 spiritual fires hidden in the depths of the fire vein. Lu Ping and Lu Tianling followed behind Tianxiang Laozu, all the way down to a depth of 2,000 feet. At this time, they could already see a fiery red area at the bottom of the sea. Presumably, that was where the fire vein was located. Tianxiang Laozu continued. These 4 spiritual fires are 1 high-grade earth rank, 1 mid-grade earth rank, 1 low-grade earth rank, and 1 high-grade profound rank. The old man and the others originally wanted to guide this fire vein to Tianling Mountain, but unexpectedly, it triggered the volcanic area, so they could only stop it midway. Unexpectedly, the power of the volcanic area had clearly exceeded our expectations. Most of the energy of the old man and the others were tied up in suppressing the fire vein. In the end, the old man could only barely collect the high-grade and mid-grade earth rank spiritual fires. Fortunately, the 2 of you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the old man wouldn't be able to find these 2 spiritual fires. Hearing that, Lu Ping's heart stirred and he said, Martial Granduncle, can you bestow that high-grade earth rank spiritual fire to disciple? Tianxiang Laozu laughed. It's a pity. That high-grade earth rank spiritual fire is the Sea Heart spiritual fire. It's suitable for refining weapons, but it's quite lacking when it comes to concocting pills. Besides, don't you already have the Silver Capital spiritual fire? This flame is one of the most suitable spiritual fires in the cultivation world for concocting pills. Why would you still need an earth rank spiritual fire? Lu Ping laughed. Disciple found a treasure that needs to be nurtured with spiritual fire, and this high-grade earth rank spiritual fire is just right. Tianxiang Laozu said, Fine, according to the old man's prediction, even if there are no more spiritual fires in the fire vein, there should still be quite a few in the volcano. At that time, if you can't find a suitable spiritual fire, this Sea Heart spiritual fire will be yours. Lu Ping was overjoyed in his heart. Thank you, Martial Granduncle. Nurturing the Samling 5 Elements leaf, no matter how many spiritual treasures there were, it would never be enough. As they spoke, the 3 of them had already reached the bottom of the sea, and they saw spiritual master Xian Wei wearing a treasure robe that was at least of the spirit-nurturing grade, ordering the 3 Dharma idol Laozu around. Martial Granduncle Tianjiang, please suppress the fire vein first. Martial Granduncle Tianjiang, please come here and bury the spirit stones. Pay attention to using the true essence in your body to temporarily protect it. Don't let the spirit stones be burned by the fire vein's high temperature. Martial Uncle Tian Chung, wrong, not there, move 1 foot to the left, right there. The few Laozu did not say a word, following spiritual master Xian Wei's orders, going around the sea in circles without any pattern. Lu Tianling and Lu Ping looked at each other speechless. Tianxiang Laozu, who was at the side, smiled bitterly and said, The formation that this mind seeker set up really has no pattern at all. We Dharma adepts have hundreds of years of experience, and we have seen all kinds of formations and restrictions, but we have never seen such a clueless way of setting up a formation. Is this a formation system unique to the mind seeker? Lu Ping thought of the scene of spiritual master Xian Wei running around the sea and setting up the spirit-nurturing formation, and he agreed with him. But when did this guy get his hands on a spirit-nurturing treasure robe? Among the mid-core forging adepts of the sect, other than Lu Ping, this kind of treatment could be considered unique. Chapter 989. Not only that, among the third-generation disciples of Jinling, even the current Lu Tianping wouldn't be able to order Laozu around. If this news were to spread out, it was unknown how many cultivators in Jinling would have their eyeballs smashed to the ground. At this moment, enlightened Master Xianwei suddenly exclaimed in joy, "It's done!" When everyone turned their heads, although the fire vein was still trembling, it was already restrained and its power was greatly reduced. Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu heaved a long sigh of relief. Tiancheng Laozu, who was at the side, scolded enlightened Master Xianwei. "Brat, If this bullshit formation of yours doesn't work, be careful that I, your father, will teach you a lesson. Enlightened Master Xianwei was slightly timid, but he immediately straightened his back and said, "Don't worry, martial uncle. If I can't hold on for 2 days, I will jump into this underwater volcano myself." Tiancheng Laozu was stunned for a moment before he scolded, "Damn it! Didn't I say that you are as timid as a mouse? Why are you so arrogant now? Don't worry, with your identity as the only seeker in our sect, I don't know how many Laozu will protect you. You are now the most popular person in our sect. Even if the old man wants to teach you a lesson, others might not agree." At this moment, Tiancheng Laozu and the other 2 landed on the ground. They looked at the fire vein that was still rumbling, but its power was countless times weaker than before. Tiancheng Laozu said, "Tianling, you and Xianwei will guard this fire vein first to prevent others from destroying it. I, Tianjiang, Tianlu, Tiancheng, and Tianping will go in and explore first. We will strive to reap as many benefits as we can before the various sects in the Northern Sea arrive. Also, this fire vein might be the only one that can be drawn away. Its value might even be higher than the fire vein in the Pill Pavilion. When the time comes, we must take this fire vein for ourselves." Tianjiang Laozu hurriedly said, "That's right. This fire vein is even more violent than the fire vein in the Elixir Pavilion. It's not very suitable for alchemy. I think we should strengthen it to the refining hall." The greatest effect of the fire vein was that it could be used to strengthen the power of the spiritual fire. For example, in the process of Lu Ping's alchemy, he only needed to place the silver spirit flame on the ground, and the fire qi of the fire vein could continuously support the burning of the spirit flame. At this time, the alchemist only needed to control the temperature of the flame, and there was no or very little need to use true essence to fuel the flame. The fire vein in the Elixir Pavilion had always made Tianjiang Laozu envious. Although the refining hall also had a fire vein, the power of the fire vein was not good. Normally, the refiners could refine some magic tools, but if they wanted to refine magic weapons, the fire vein was almost useless. They could only rely on the refiner's own true essence to fuel the spiritual fire, which was a great consumption of the refiner's true essence and even energy. This was also an important reason why the progress of the refining hall had always been slower than that of the Elixir Pavilion. The most obvious reason was that the Elixir Pavilion had produced many alchemy grandmasters and masters in the past few years, but the refining hall was struggling. Tianjiang Laozu's lifespan was now approaching its end. For the inheritance of the refining hall, he simply threw away his pride and fought with Tianlu Laozu. Unexpectedly, Tianlu Laozu smiled and said, "Fine, this fire vein will be given to the refining hall." In this way, it made Tianjiang Laozu feel a little embarrassed. The 5 of them followed the direction of the fire vein, according to the judgment of spiritual master Xianwei, to find the hidden volcanoes at the bottom of the sea. After a while, they walked for dozens of miles and arrived at an undersea mountain range. The few Laozu had their own means. Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupils could already see that some of the undersea mountains were covered with traces of the strange magma that was cooled by the seawater just after it was used on the sea surface. At this moment, there was another rumbling sound. Not far away, an undersea volcano suddenly erupted. A large amount of hot water rose up, and the scarlet fire poison even dyed the surrounding seawater red. The few of them quickly surrounded the erupting volcano. If there was spiritual fire erupting along with the magma, it was best to block the direction of escape. Just as Lu Ping took a detour from the side, he heard a signal from Tianjiang Laozu in front of him. It seemed that he had already captured a spiritual fire. Lu Ping stood guard in front of the undersea volcano and watched as a large amount of magma raged in the seawater. In the end, it was cooled and extinguished by the endless seawater. However, there was still not a single spiritual fire that flew in his direction. In his boredom, Lu Ping realized that although the scarlet fire poison that blended into the seawater was not very toxic, it was very difficult to deal with. It was also very easy for it to enter a cultivator's blood vessels and entangle with their inner yuan. After a long time, it would slowly dissolve the inner yuan in a cultivator's body, causing their cultivation to be unable to advance. Of course, this kind of fire poison still had a serious impact on cultivators below the blood condensation stage. Even core forging cultivators who stayed in such an environment for a long time would not be able to avoid the infiltration of these flames. Although Dharma adepts were not afraid of this fire poison, it was still very tiring to constantly use their inner yuan to expel these poisons. Naturally, Lu Ping was not afraid of this kind of poison. The 10,000 poison liquid was known as the mother of all poisons in the world. The 10,000 poison meteorite energy shield that was formed from it could be said to be immune to all poisons. Moreover, after the fire poison was dissolved by the 10,000 poison meteorite energy shield, it could also strengthen the power of Lu Ping's vigor shield. However, if ordinary cultivators wanted to explore the volcanic region, they would need to prepare a large number of antidote pills. But if the antidote pills were not effective, it was possible for cultivators to be infected with the poison without knowing it. Lu Ping opened the space door of the House of Gold at the bottom of the sea and let the scarlet fire poison breath into the green stone pool of the 10,000 poison liquid at the top of Little Lonely Mountain. Inside, more than 2 portions of the 10,000 wonder do that du Jialua Wang Qi, and the others brought back from the 7-star grotto heaven, immediately began to roll at the bottom of the 10,000 poison liquid. The scarlet poison fog that permeated the seawater within a radius of 3 miles immediately gathered towards the space door of the House of Gold. Then, it was directly drawn by the 10,000 poison liquid to the top of the green stone pool, and condensed into a 3-foot-wide black-red poison fog. In the end, the black-red poison fog condensed into a liquid and began to drip down like rain. The rain melted into the golden liquid of the 10,000 poison liquid, but it did not affect the color of the 10,000 poison liquid at all. After the black-red poison fog turned into raindrops and fell down, the 10,000 poison liquid seemed to have eaten its fill and no longer drew the poison fog. Instead, it began to quietly digest and produce new 10,000 wonder dew at the bottom of the green stone pool. Without the call of the 10,000 poison liquid, the scarlet poison fog from further away once again spread towards Lu Ping. However, the density of the poison fog this time was much fainter. It seemed that this method still wouldn't work. Not everyone could refine and use the myriad poison liquid in a short period of time. Moreover, most of the Zhenling sect disciples who came to the Northwest Sea this time cultivated fire-attributed cultivation techniques, and the myriad poison liquid was, after all, a miraculous item with water attribute. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and summoned the black prism poison fire from his storage magic tool. This black prism poison fire had grown twice in succession in the Fallen Mountain Secret Land and the Golden Fallen Canyon of the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. In particular, after it was brought to the Golden Fallen Canyon by Du Jialua to absorb a large amount of poison that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years, it had grown to a completely new state. It even caused the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to want to devour this strange fire several times, but it was rejected by Lu Ping every time. As soon as the black prism poison fire appeared, the scarlet fire poison that permeated the sea within a radius of several dozen feet was once again swept away by the swaying flame. However, if this was the only use of the black prism poison fire, there was no need for Lu Ping to summon it. Lu Ping shook the black flame, and dozens of sparks burst out from the flame. Then, each spark turned into a little black flame and circled around the poison fire. With a thought from Lu Ping, these dozens of small flames began to burst out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they went deep into the distant Scarlet Sea. Then, Lu Ping saw that the distant sea quickly formed dozens of areas that had been purified of the fire poison. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He thought to himself that this method could be used. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Ping's divine sense sensed that the dozens of flames were suddenly extinguished. Lu Ping was stunned. Only then did he remember that he was at the bottom of the sea. The dozens of flames were protected by Lu Ping's primary essence. Naturally, they could exist in the sea water. However, as the sea water continued to erode the flames, the primary essence supporting the flames would be exhausted. Even if the flames' characteristics were different from ordinary flames, they could not stop the endless erosion of the seawater. However, this was not a problem. When the time came, the cultivator who brought the separated flames from the black prism poison fire with him could use his own primary essence to nurture the flames. The flames would not be eroded by the seawater and extinguished. The cultivator could also borrow the flame's ability to absorb the fire poison, to prevent the fire poison from seeping into his body. Not only would the separated flames help the cultivator resist the fire poison, the flames would also absorb the fire poison to strengthen themselves. In the end, the flames would return to the black prism poison fire, and the power of the flames would be greatly enhanced. Additionally, there was no need for Lu Ping to travel all over the world to collect the scarlet fire poison. After a long while, the volcano slowly quieted down under the cover of the sea water. There was no trace of the spiritual fire in the direction where Lu Ping was guarding. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu had already sent out the signal to gather. Lu Ping directly split the sea water and headed in the direction of the signal. Geocentric flame. Lu Ping was slightly stunned when he saw the flame in Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's hand. He had once obtained a mid-grade mystic rank geocentric flame in the secret chamber of the refining hall of Failing Mountain. At the same time, he also found the spiritual fire smelting purification technique and a high-grade refining furnace. At that time, this geocentric flame was brought back to the refining hall by Taoist Xianling. There was also a scarlet flame in Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's hand. It was a rather rare water spiritual flame. However, it was just a strange object and not a spiritual object. Apart from the characteristic of being able to burn in water, its other functions were not any special compared to other flames. Tianlu and Celestial Phenomenon Laozu also did not see the appearance of the spiritual fire like Lu Ping. When Lu Ping saw the water spiritual flame, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash in the core space suddenly shook. Lu Ping opened his mouth and asked Celestial Phenomenon Laozu with a smile, "Martial Granduncle, can you give this flame to me? It seems to be useful to the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash." Chapter 990. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu was well aware of the fact that Lu Ping had the Seven Thunder Treasures Calabash. Naturally, he also understood the effects of these rare natural treasures on the Seven Thunder Treasures Calabash. Although the water spirit fire was relatively rare, it was not a fire seed with any special effects. Naturally, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu would not be interested in it. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu only smiled lightly and passed the fire seed to Lu Ping, while Lu Ping fed the water spirit fire to the Seven Thunder Treasures Calabash. After that, the five of them worked together and discovered another 7 volcanoes in this area that had erupted because of the fire. They found 2 profound-level flames and 1 earth-level flame, as well as 2 special flames. Lu Ping's luck was not bad. When he found the 3rd volcano that was about to erupt, a profound-level flame flew in his direction and was easily intercepted by Lu Ping. Half a day had passed, and the 5 Dharma adepts had gathered together. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu said, "The size of this underwater mountain range has exceeded our expectations. If it is really as Xianwei predicted, the entire mountain range will rise out of the sea due to the eruption of the underwater volcanoes. This is a volcanic mountain range the size of a large island. Now that the frequency of eruptions is increasing, if the few of us continue to act alone, I'm afraid we will not be able to take care of all of them. Why don't we split up and communicate with each other every 2 hours? If there is any danger, we will immediately retreat to the fire vein that Tianling is guarding. What do you all think?" Lu Ping had this idea long ago. Seeing Tianjiang Laozu nod, he also agreed. Tianlu and Tiancheng Laozu also had no objections. The 5 of them split up and headed in a different direction. However, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu still seemed to be a little worried about Tianlu and Tianjiang. So he ordered the 2 of them to join forces and head in a different direction. At this time, the underwater mountain range was already becoming more and more unstable. This was because celestial phenomenon Laozu and the others had previously tried to use the formation to guide the fire vein to Tianling Mountain. Unexpectedly, this fire vein was connected to the entire underwater mountain range. Halfway through the activation of the formation, this caused the underwater mountain range to shake, causing the silent underwater mountain range to erupt. They had no choice but to stop the guidance of the fire vein and try their best to suppress and seal this fire vein. However, the final eruption of the underwater volcano was already a foregone conclusion. Sage Xuanwei's method was only able to give the volcano a buffer of 2 days. As time passed, the complete eruption of the volcano became more and more obvious. The frequency of the eruption of the individual volcanoes was also increasing. Lu Ping summoned Lu Qiner from the House of Gold. Lu Qiner originally did not like the deep sea, but the aura of the volcanic eruption that filled the air still made Lu Qiner feel refreshed. The Fire Phoenix clan was originally a spirit of the flames. Back then, Luan Laozu led the development of the southern Yin province in the world of cultivation, using the endless volcanoes as a place to stay. The Fire Phoenix clan was the direct descendant of Luan Laozu. The reason why they settled down in the Eastern Sea was because they found a huge volcano that rose from the bottom of the sea. With that as their base, after several tens of thousands of years of development, they had become a demon clan that was second only to the green sea snakes among the top 3 demon clans in the Eastern Sea. Although Lu Qiner was the descendant of the Wind Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, the Wind Phoenix's position in the Phoenix clan was far inferior to the Fire Phoenix clan. Most of Lu Qiner's abilities were also based on the divine abilities of the Fire Phoenix clan. Therefore, she had a bloodline affinity towards flames, especially the aura of volcanoes. Lu Ping took out the water moon repelling pearl and let it hover over his head, then said, "You and I will work together and try our best to find those volcanoes that are about to erupt. Let's see if we can find any spirit flames or special flames among them." However, right after Lu Ping finished his words, Lu Qiner pointed at a faintly discernible underwater mountain a few miles behind Lu Ping and said, "Big brother, that mountain is about to erupt." Lu Ping was startled and asked, "How do you know?" Lu Qiner proudly said, "Big brother, you've forgotten my origin. The Fire Phoenix race is naturally sensitive to the aura of volcanoes. This mountain gives Qiner the feeling that it's about to erupt. And looking at how tall this mountain is, I'm afraid it's a huge volcano that's about to erupt." Lu Ping scratched the back of his head in annoyance and said, "If I had known this would happen, I would have called you out earlier." As soon as Lu Ping's voice faded, the mountain under their feet began to shake again. And this time, it was even more violent than what Lu Ping had felt before. Lu Qiner cried out in alarm, "Hee, it's about to erupt. This is a sign that this volcano is about to erupt." Lu Ping and Lu Qiner hurriedly flanked the volcano from 2 different directions. When they were still a mile away from the volcano, the entire volcano began to shake on the seabed. Silt rustled down from the top of the volcano, and things constantly squirmed out from the top of the volcano. The mountain also began to slowly increase in height. At this time, Lu Ping finally realized how accurate Lu Qiner's judgment was. Then, with a sudden explosion, a huge wave of fire exploded in all directions, causing the surrounding seawater to instantly boil. White bubbles surged out of the muddy gray matter in large amounts towards the surface of the sea. The dark red magma spurted thousands of feet high in the seawater, then slowly descended to the bottom of the sea under the obstruction of the seawater, and the temperature drop, bringing with it patches of crimson fire poison into the seawater. Streams of magma began to overflow from the mouth of the volcano, flowing towards the bottom of the mountain and heating up the surrounding seawater. At this time, 2 sparks suddenly separated from the gushing magma and flew in 2 different directions, causing a series of boiling bubbles in the seawater. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned into a stream of water and chased after one of the sparks. On the other side, Lu Qiner clearly also noticed the 2 unusual sparks and chased after the other one. However, as the 2 of them chased after the 2 sparks, Another spark suddenly jumped out of the magma overflowing from the volcano's mouth and rose straight towards the surface of the sea. Lu Ping held the Linglong wine cauldron in his hand and pulled it towards the flying flame. The flame suddenly froze in midair and then shot back towards the Linglong wine cauldron in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping stepped forward and collected the flame into the wine cauldron. He was immediately overjoyed. It was actually a low-grade earth step spirit fire, a 4-inch spirit fire. This was a strange flame used in the cultivation world for alchemy. However, at this time, Lu Ping did not have the time to appreciate this legendary spirit fire of heaven and earth. With Lu Ping's spiritual sense, even though it was greatly weakened by the seawater at the bottom of the sea, the flame that was escaping while Lu Ping and Lu Qiner were still unable to escape Lu Ping's perception. Lu Ping turned around and pointed at the flame that was escaping towards the sea. A silver light shot out from his fingertip and instantly struck the escaping flame. The flame was immediately frozen in the seawater and could not move. Lu Ping's hands tore, and he directly displayed his spatial magic in the seawater. When he reappeared, he was in front of the flame that was frozen in place by the silver light. At this time, the flame suddenly expanded and broke through the restraints of the silver light. Just as it was about to escape again, Lu Ping would not give it the chance. He scooped the flame with both hands, and the high-grade earth step spirit fire was collected by Lu Ping. A trace of hesitation flashed across Lu Ping's face. Then, he arranged the other 4 high-grade earth step spirit fire and the other high-grade earth step spirit fire around the Samling 5 Elements leaf. He wanted to see if the legendary Samling 5 Elements leaf, which was known as the most useless item in the cultivation world, was really only used to heal a cultivator's damaged essence. At this time, Lu Qiner, who had already subdued the other mid-grade mystic-class spirit fire, rushed over with the waterproof pearl on her head. She had an excited expression on her face as she said, "Brother, this is clearly a never-before-seen volcano chain. Only the first eruption would produce so many spirit fires. This volcano is the tallest in the surrounding volcanic mountain range, so it must have produced the most spirit fires. Qiner suspects that there might even be a heaven-level spirit fire in this volcano." Lu Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "Really?" Lu Qiner nodded and said, "Most likely. According to Qiner's inherited memories, the more violent the eruption, the more likely it is to produce a high-grade spirit fire. Now that this volcano has erupted, not only did it not decrease in height, it even caused the earth to rise higher and higher. This also means that there might be an even higher-grade spirit fire in this volcano, since a high-grade earth step spirit fire appeared before. If there's another spirit fire in this volcano, then it must be a heaven-level spirit fire." Lu Ping had originally thought that the appearance of a strange spirit fire, like the 4-inch spirit fire in this volcano, was enough to make him happy. He had never thought that he might encounter a heaven-level spirit fire. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Because of the rarity and wide range of uses of spirit fire in the cultivation world, the supply and demand of heaven and earth spirit fire was always in a state of imbalance compared to other spirit fire. Therefore, the cultivation world used other methods to improve the quality of the spirit fire. Although this could achieve the goal, it often caused the spirit fire's spirituality to be impure due to the influence of external forces. This would cause other problems, such as the influence on the cultivator's strength after advancing, and so on. However, because the cultivators who practice fire attribute cultivation methods had extremely strong destructive power, and the influence of external forces to improve the quality of the spirit fire was usually minimal. Even if there was a weakening effect, it was usually not visible. Therefore, many fire attribute cultivators who wanted to break through to the transcendence stage would condense a 7th-grade golden core, and above, when they advanced to the peak of the core forging stage. However, they could not find a heaven-level spirit fire, so they could only use this method to advance. According to what Lu Ping knew, Tianjiang, Tianlu, and Tianqing Laozu had more or less used this method. However, Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu's cultivation base was insufficient. Even if they used this method, they could only condense a golden core between the 6th grade and 7th grade. After that, they used a secret technique to advance by luck. As for Tianqing Laozu, he had no choice but to use this method in order to condense two heaven-level spirit fires. Therefore, Tianjiang and Tianlu Laozu's cultivation base could not be compared to Tianqing Laozu's. Lu Ping looked at the volcano that had risen nearly 100 feet in a short period of time. He composed himself and asked, "Then how do I draw out the spirit fire inside?" Chapter 991. The 4-inch spirit flame was an extremely unique spirit flame. It was very similar to Lyra Laozu's natal spirit flame, the 7-colored flame. They were both spirit flames that could enhance their own quality by devouring or refining other flames. It was also one of the rarest types of spirit flames in the cultivation world that could grow. However, it was different from the 7-colored flame. The 4-inch spirit flame was just another name for the spirit flame when it grew to a certain stage. When it grew again, its name would change. It would be called 5-inch, 6-inch, until the 9-inch spirit flame became a high-grade heaven-rank spirit flame. The reason why this type of spirit flame was so unique was because of its performance when it was used to refine pills. Other spirit flames might be limited by their grade and could only be used to refine pills of the highest grade. Pills below that grade could be refined with this type of spirit flame. Just like a growing spiritual fire like the 7-colored flame, as its quality increased, the grade of the medicinal pills it could refine would also increase. The types of medicinal pills it could refine would also become richer and richer, and its power would also become stronger and stronger. However, this type of spirit flame was completely different. When it was born, it was the lowest of the low-grade mystic class flames. The flame was at most 1 inch long, so it was called the 1-inch spirit flame. The pills it could refine were also limited to pills that could be consumed by early blood condensation cultivators. If one wanted to use this type of flame to refine pills for blood refining cultivators, it would be a disaster. After it advanced to the mid-grade mystic class through various methods, the flame would grow to become a 2-inch spirit flame. Then it could refine pills for mid-blood condensation cultivators. At this point, the strangeness of this type of spirit flame was revealed. Any pill that was consumed by an early blood condensation cultivator would also explode when it was refined with it. Similarly, if one used the 2-inch spirit flame to refine a late blood condensation cultivator's pill, it would be even worse. It wouldn't even be able to fuse the initial medicinal properties of the spirit herbs, let alone form a pill. The spirit flame in Lu Ping's hand was only 4 inches long, which was a low-grade earth-rank spirit flame. It could only be used to refine pills for early core forging cultivators. It couldn't be used to refine other spirit pills. But it was undeniable that no matter which stage this kind of spirit flame grew to, its effect could be said to be unparalleled when used to refine pills of this rank. Even if Lu Ping's silver spirit flame was known as one of the 3 most suitable spirit flames in the world of practitioners for refining elixirs, if it were to encounter an 8-inch flame that was a mid-grade heaven-level 8-inch flame that was controlled by the same alchemist as the silver spirit flame and used to refine elixirs suitable for mid-dharma adepts, the silver spirit flame could be described as utterly defeated. However, it was precisely because this spirit flame could not refine all spirit pills that were above and below its grade that this flame naturally could not obtain the title of the most suitable spirit fire in the cultivation world like the silver spirit flame. Ever since Lu Ping had obtained this 4-inch spirit flame, he had been thinking about how to use this spirit fire that rarely appeared in the cultivation world. Even when he obtained a high-grade earth-rank spirit fire, he was still rather careless about it. It was only when Lu Qiner mentioned that there might be a high-grade heaven-level spirit fire hidden in this volcano that Lu Ping was jolted out of his deep thoughts. Hearing Lu Ping ask about how to lure the spirit fire out of the volcano, Lu Qiner made a helpless expression and said, "Spirit fires of heaven and earth are naturally very spiritual. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to fly away the moment they were born. Now that the spirit fire is hidden in the volcano, it would be extremely difficult to lure it out. The only way is to go deep into the volcano to capture it." When Lu Ping heard this, his previous enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. Looking at the dark red lava that was still spewing out in front of him, if he entered the volcano to search for the spirit fire, he was afraid that before he could even find the aura of the flame, Lu Ping's inner yuan would be depleted by the endless flow of lava and turned into nothingness. Lu Qiner paused and said, "Actually, you can use a cauldron." Hearing this, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He then heard Lu Qiner continue to say, "Actually, the cauldron itself can be used as the best magic treasure to defend against fire attribute attacks. However, because the cultivation world's inheritance of refining cauldrons is incomplete, it is usually extremely difficult to condense 3 treasured restrictions on the cauldron. But even so, it is extremely difficult for late-stage core forging cultivators who practice fire attribute cultivation methods to deal with ordinary magic treasure cauldrons. I heard that in some of the large sects with long inheritances, there are even spirit-nurturing level cauldrons that have appeared in the 6 large sections. However, no one knows if it is true or false. But if there really is a spirit-nurturing level cauldron, or even a higher level of magic treasure cauldron, then for cultivators who practice fire attribute cultivation methods, it is simply a nightmare. Lu Qiner's words caused Lu Ping's originally silent thoughts to come alive again. The Nachuan cauldron that had shrunk to the size of a palm had already appeared in Lu Ping's right hand. However, immediately Lu Ping looked at the Linglong wine cauldron in his left hand with some hesitation. Although the Linglong wine cauldron was not a cauldron, it was still a spiritual treasure. Perhaps it could withstand the scorching of volcanic magma, compared to the Nachuan cauldron. When Linglong saw Lu Ping's gaze, she immediately shook her head and hit the wine cauldron, making a clanking sound. At the same time she shouted, No, I am a wine cauldron, not a cauldron. Don't throw me into the volcano." Lu Ping thought about it and agreed. Strictly speaking, Linglong was only an auxiliary spiritual treasure. It couldn't even be considered a defensive spiritual treasure. Being scorched by the flaming magma was really not her strong point. At this time, Lu Qiner also said, "Brother is not in a hurry to enter the volcano. Currently, the volcano is still at its peak. Wait until the volcano calms down before you enter." Lu Ping said, "Oh." He looked at the volcano that was rising all the way, and the mountain range at the bottom of the sea. He didn't know if the volcano would rush out of the sea after it calmed down. At this time, a few communication jade scrolls flew over from all directions. Only then did Lu Ping remember that it was time to once again maintain contact with each other. After receiving all 4 jade scrolls, Tianxiang Laozu found an erupting volcano. However, he only managed to obtain a mysterious fire seed. On the other hand, the 2 Laozu of Tianlu and Tianjiang worked together and found 2 volcanoes in a row. Together, they managed to capture 2 spiritual fires and a mysterious fire seed. One of the spiritual fires was also a mid-grade earth level. Tianxiang Laozu also obtained a high-grade Xian level spiritual fire. It seemed that the ability to find spiritual fires really had nothing to do with the level of one's level of cultivation. As a late Dharma adept, after 2 hours, his harvest was the lowest among all of them. Who knew what Tianxiang Laozu would think when he found out about the results? Lu Ping smiled slightly. He engraved his harvest into a jade scroll and sent it to the other Laozu. 3 spiritual fires in one go, 1 high-grade Xian level, 1 low-grade earth level, and 1 high-grade earth level. This should be enough to make these few Laozu envious. As expected, after a while a jade scroll flew over. Lu Ping smiled and received it. If he didn't see wrongly, this should be a jade scroll from Uncle Tianxiang. He didn't know how Tianxiang Laozu would react when he found out about his harvest. Lu Ping was really looking forward to it. Lu Ping's divine sense seeped into the jade scroll, and a hidden wave of anger surged towards him. His expression instantly changed. There was only one sentence in the jade scroll. Zhang Shi ambushed you. Your heavenly spiritual energy is injured. Return immediately. Zhang Shi courting death. Lu Ping's aura surged, pushing the seawater around him 3 feet away. Lu Qiner, who was at the side, was so frightened that she hugged the water moon pearl tightly and retreated tens of feet away. Lu Ping's divine will extended to a distance of 30 miles. His body leaned forward, and his whole body had already stepped into the space door. When he reappeared, he was already 30 miles away. Then, Lu Ping repeated what he had done, using several spatial techniques in a row. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the distance of 100 miles. If it had been an ordinary early Dharma adept, it would have been impossible for them to continuously cast their space techniques and perform extreme teleportation. What's more, even a mid-Dharma adept would not be able to teleport a distance of 15 kilometers in one go when casting extreme teleportation. If Tianxiang Laozi was here, he would definitely be shocked. At this time, Lu Ping's speed could almost catch up to him, who was a grand adept. At this time, Lu Ping had gradually calmed down. He began to think about why Zhang Shi would appear here, and how he could so accurately find the place where his teacher was guarding. Hundreds of miles away, Lu Tianling, who was seriously injured, struggled to cooperate with Mei Tianqin, who had rushed back from the Central Plains to resist Zhang Shi's attack. However, at this time, Zhang Shi had already seen that the seal of the fire vein under Lu Tianling's feet was the key to her attack. 70% of his attacks were directed at the seal, causing Lu Tianling and Mei Tianqin to be extremely embarrassed. Once the seal was destroyed, the fire vein would become active again, and the entire underwater volcano chain that was connected to the vein would enter the volcanic eruption period. Not to mention the fact that Tianxiang and the others who were exploring the volcano chain at this time would not be able to escape safely if the volcano chain erupted as a whole. Who knew how many spirit fires that appeared when the volcano chain erupted and time would be lost? Zhang Shi knew that he did not have much time, because just when Mei Tianqin arrived in time to save Lu Tianling, he had already seen Lu Tianling's jade slip asking for help. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. This made Zhang Shi very regretful. Thinking about it, there must be other Dharma adepts of Jinling nearby. Once they arrived, his sneak attack this time would be in vain. At this time, the Songhai sect was already being suppressed by Jinling and Xianling sect. His sneak attack had failed, and he was afraid that it would bring more trouble to the Songhai sect. Zhang Shi was worried. How could his sneak attack not kill Lu Tianling? When did Lu Tianling's strength become so strong? Her cultivation had obviously reached the peak of the early Dharma stage, and she was only one step away from guiding the thunder to the mid-Dharma stage. Zhang Shi, you're looking for death. Lu Ping did not go too far, so he was the closest to Lu Tianling. He actually rushed back before Tianxiang Laozi, and his angry roar scared Zhang Shi to death. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.